reasons.
I was pulling up to the Dread Queen.
Yeah, kind of.
Alright, okay, I got stream rolling. Just now I'm starting stream. Because I am trying to find all the rest of my brains right now. Because I was hoping to be a little ready sooner, so
No, you're fine.
scare the crap out of you guys.
I know no fear.
A boulder kills you.
I would just resurrect
I mean,
myself.
No, you just pick it up and
not
throw
really
it.
afraid of the boulder. Like, it's just a boulder.
Yeah. Give me a break. Overload would just pick it up, throw it. What? Was that supposed to stop me? That's all I could see.
I just imagine you just saying rocks fall, everyone dies.
Yeah.
Well, I just repeat. What are those pebbles supposed to do?
Yeah. I can see it too, because it'd be like, what? Wait, what? Okay.
Yeah, I do believe I have an ability where, depending on how much damage I take, I can still survive it.
Yeah, it's like you just sidestep it and go, yeah, whatever. You just stand there. What? That's all I could see your character doing is like,
Especially if
wipe
I'm
it off.
Impressed?
Yeah.
Especially if I rage, then I take half damage.
Yeah, you'd be like, get this stuff out of my way. I'm just here to do something. All right. Let me see here. I'll make sure what screen I'm on here. There we go. Switch screens. Your little icons. Overload has an icon now to actually moves and should bounce when you talk a little bit. Because I realized you had the only picture Migu that didn't move. It was just a picture, and I was like, why didn't it ever light up? Oh, it's not one of those. Oops. I better lock that in place too so I don't mess it up. Alright. Why is everything else around me starting to malfunction?
Malfunction.
Yeah, I don't understand why. Okay, whatever.
It's a thing.
And hopefully there won't, other than a starting commercial maybe, that's about all that'll start up on the stream, so.
Oh, I actually didn't get one when I pulled it up, so.
Might be
I got one.
because, wait. Shoot, she's not here, so I can't ask her.
No, I mean,
I thought because you were moderator, but she's
like,
moderator too. But
I mean, I don't know.
maybe it's hit and miss.
I think I still get ads, even though I'd be a mod. I'm pretty sure I would.
It's just
I don't know. Oh, okay. Well,
Or like it does that thing where like it puts the video up in the corner so you can still sort of like see what's happening, but you're
That's
like
in mod view.
Yep. Well, yep. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I see that on yours. Like.
oh.
Yeah, I don't have mod views. I can't do that.
Yeah.
Oh.
But like on main screen, I still get all the ads.
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Let's. Oh, crud. What am I doing? We are going to fix this really quickly. Yes, yes.
I mean, I have to be subbed in order to not see ads, so I don't think there's anything you could really do about that personally.
Imagine not
I'll have
having
to
ad
fix it.
blocker.
Well, that's it. Now I'm going to turn on ads just so to annoy everyone.
Now that I'm going to start having some money coming in here, maybe I'll subscribe.
Oh. Well, let's see. I should put a thing somehow up that shows who's done the subscribe things and all that stuff. I just don't remember right now because it wasn't a priority thing. On the others, when I streamed before, it has it up there because that was just the default stuff. So, but yeah, it's all the fun stuff. I'm just trying to band out the details. Come on. Oh, because I'm not hitting the right button. Yeah, that does work. All right. Sorry, my Stream Deck has been. I have to reinitialize the keys on some of them, so it's like. So if I sit there and I have to reinitialize, but it's not the sounds so much. So I'm just making sure. But the so if I switch between starting stream and back to the main, it doesn't.
Are you using SoundPad for that?
Like
the software, like for your soundboard, or like what soundboard are you
Oh, what
using?
is this through? Actually, hang on. I gotta look. I have to look up through. It says soundboard.
Okay, because I use the.
Oh,
the
it is through
software
voice mod.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's actually using
'cause,
through voice mod. So
I use the software you can get off of Steam called SoundPad.
I
can
do
like
have
record
it.
stuff and like that's how I'm able to do like this.
yeah, and I forgot I had
'Cause
that.
I just went and did that like a few seconds ago.
It's just because join the beta AI voices. Join the AI voice. Okay. Offer to me later, not when I'm in the middle of a stream. I was like, why is it asking me this? Not now. Because I was playing with this soundboard in it. Because I have the sounds and that and the voices. So I just go over here and
This thing sadly though gets really finicky, and sometimes it doesn't want to record, sometimes it doesn't want to play, and like other times like I won't hear the audio going through my earbuds, but like it still projects out to like in the microphone.
Yeah.
Like, it's there's so many weird issues with it, but like I still use it because it's really the only soundboard software I have.
Yeah, and I forgot I had SoundPad in here, so I'm like, I don't use it often. It was while I'm in VR mostly because I place things so I could hear it, but also if I needed to play out sounds or something, I'd use it.
I just turned my numpad into a mini soundboard so I can just like hit buttons on the fly. Like
I got this thing up there. I forgot what that thing's called. My dad bought it because he wanted to mix music, and then he stopped doing it, and he bought another one for my nephew, and it's crazy. I was like, it lights up and everything, so if you get a pre-programmed set, you can sit there and tap on them and they light up to show you which one, but I'm like, which one's which, though? So you have to have a good memory for it, and I'm like, it's great as a giant soundboard pad, so you can just tap on them, but to run it it's weird. I don't understand it fully, and I have it sitting there. Should just give it back to him, because I don't understand. But anyway, you guys want to start now, or you want me to blab on some more about it? No, I'm going to blab on some more. No. Alright, let me kill this. I just play background music, so it's good. Clear that. And then, there. I'd say I'm gonna transform and roll out. Bye. But no, welcome everyone to Transformers episode 5 of Unlimited Power. And I have Space Coast Dave playing as Gilgamesh, and Megumin as Overload, not Overlord. I'm still messing your name up. So, in this universe that I've created, not everything is what it seems to be. So, the term more than meets the eye is literally what it means. More than meets the eye. At this point, our assassin and our soldier have come to the village of Serenity, and they found Felix, who Overload knows, and they made bargains and deals for the people of this little village. But first they went and tackled a cave where they found large gems of energon that were much more pure. After Overload breaks off a large piece and gives it to Skipjack, he flies back with it, leaving his bag behind so that if they find more that could fit in the bag or whatever they might find, they put into his bag. They travel into the cave hearing certain skittering sounds and noises, and after a lovely little battle with some large arachnids, sorry, I had images before, they came upon this nest of them, and they really had a good battle. But the floor gave way. Gilgamesh doing some acrobatics to hang onto the wall and slide down with his blade, and then Overload dropping in, and they are now currently sitting in a passageway that is not natural. And they can see this, and there's a light glow red giving them a little light, but they are still impeded on their lighting and their optics. Something is still causing them issue. And they are currently, and I gotta pull up my page because I forgot to pull it back up, in this passageway, and I need to, I wish I could do this faster. There we go. You guys are currently sitting in the passageway. I hope that revealed something to you guys, because I can't tell on my side.
Currently, nothing is revealed.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
here.
seeing anything.
Okay, give me a second here. I don't know why the map is not revealing you.
Unless it's really small and I have to.
There it goes. Sorry, I don't know why.
Oh, yep, there it is. Yep, it's way in the bottom left.
And the lock symbol on the screen, people, is because I kept grabbing the map, so I apologize if that's what you see. A lot. I'll take it off there for now. But you guys right now are currently sitting in a passage. You could tell it's not natural. It's something you can tell it was created and crafted. And you see some containers around you, but they're opened. It looks like they've been gone through at some point. Would you gentlemen like to do a perception check to see what's around you?
Sure.
Yeah, and my dark vision is no longer being impeded, right?
Nope, down there you're still getting impeded.
Really?
Your guys, yeah. Ooh, nice. 14.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay, with your perceptions, you detect, you both kind of hear this low humming sound. It's not real loud, it's like a just pulsing hum, but it's not real loud. It's really kind of quiet right now.
What direction is that coming from?
It's kind of hard to tell. It's echoing around. It's kind of like the whole place is thrumming with it.
Do you
You-
think it could be some form of inhibitor?
Maybe.
No, I will
Look around.
I will tell you this: the red lighting is giving you a little bit of extra reach, but it's not a constant light down the hall. It's like just a low pulsing red. It's very light red, but it does give you about another 5-10 feet of vision. So let me
Split up,
actually
walk
let me
around.
expand that out. While oops.
What do you say?
Oh, I was asking, should we split up and walk around?
We could, but who knows what's down here?
You should be able to grab your icons too and move them if you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Then I guess you take left, I'll take right.
Yep, don't go too far. Meet back here.
And you said pretty much all the cases are more or less opened up and
You-
scavenged.
Yeah, you can open them up more and see if there is anything still in them, but I can tell you any ones near you right now look like they've been cracked open. Not all. You'd have to do a perception or at least an investigation to check it out.
I want to perceive this box right here next to me. I want to like peek inside and see what's still inside.
Yeah, I'll do the same for this one right here.
Okay, I'll do it off your current perceptions unless you gentlemen want to roll again. It's up to you. Because
I'll stay with mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll stay with both of yours.
Sure.
You open them up. Really, it's just small parts, scrap. It looks like somebody's rummaged through these. But Overload, you find when you crack yours open, you see it rummaged through a little bit, but it looks like it wasn't completely. And you find about 150 Shanniks sitting in there. And the rest is all parts and stuff that if you guys salvaged it, you could sell them off, but really it's not going to be worth much.
Can I examine the box to see in how it was cracked open? Like if there's any scratches along the door or along the point where it meets with the door?
I'll tell you this. They're just latches. They were opened. There's no damage to them. These ones aren't locked.
Okay, so yeah, they weren't forced open.
No. These ones are, you can tell these are not locked. They're just, you can tell the latches were flipped open and they flipped it up.
Okay, so these are just your average storage crates.
These ones, yes, most of these are going to be your average storage crates right now.
Okay.
That's why they're kind of sitting in the hall. So.
Okay.
Overload, behind you, since you're facing, I'm assuming, the box, you see a bit of an opening behind you. And I'm going to expand that. Sorry, I should have expanded it before. You notice there it opens up, but you can't see what's in there. Now that you're closer, you're starting to see more storage, and it's bigger in there.
And I can't access this area, or?
Yes. It looks like the ceiling goes up a little higher, and it looks like a storage room, and Gilgamesh is coming through the other side. So Gilgamesh, you probably see a little bit of glow from Overload's lights through in between the containers. So right now, I'm just going to do this. There is a bit of lighting in there, and this is what you see. It's not bright lighting. It's like low power, again, red lighting, so it's kind of giving you a little bit of vision. The halls, it's every so often there's a light.
And I'm guessing with these crates right here, I'm guessing they've been opened up as well.
They have not been opened.
I want to closer examine these. Is this like some kind of a power source?
No, they're just large crates.
Just large crates?
Mm-hmm.
Have these at all been opened?
Nope. If you want to, you can do another perception for just this room, and I'll tell you more if you get a good one.
Okay. 16.
Nice. Hey.
21.
Okay. Between both of you, you notice these containers haven't been touched. But the bigger ones have a code lock on them. On the ends, there are panels with numeric pads of some sort, or symbol pads. It's kind of hard to tell.
I'm starting to walk around these and in between them, looking at the markings and if there's anything that I can see on the side that might be legible.
On some of the sides, since your perceptions are pretty good, you can read that it says experimental. Some of them say experimental in a sense parts, or it's not clear exactly. It just has like a series of numbers and letters after, like underneath where it says experimental.
Why'd it have to be locked by number code?
I'm sorry. Did you say it's locked by a number code?
It's like a numeric, alphabetic is all I can describe it as, but it's in Cybertronian. So you got symbols as well as numbers. It's kind of.
I'm half right.
I'm assuming I would have something in my thieves toolkit that could break electronic locks.
If you want to try for it, go for it. I mean, but this is a little more advanced than normal, so
True, but I
you
have an
could.
extremely high proficiency with thieves tools.
So if you want to, go for it. I'd say
Okay.
roll for it. Go for it. I'd like to. I'd like to. I would really do so. That's why it's like my excitement
All
kicks in.
right, so this first one right here in the middle,
Mhm. It says experimental.
Hey,
natural 20.
Wow, it's not bad. I'm not saying it's. I'm
That's
like,
29,
that's
by the
good.
way.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So you just look at it. You just now you apply. Describe to me how you're cracking this open. I want to. I want to. Let's see.
So it's electronic lock, right?
Mhm.
It's a numeric pad.
Yeah, you see this glowing pad right there in front of you.
All right, so immediately I will pop off the number pad and I'll pull out the wiring. And you see me pull out some wires and put them into different sockets. And all of a sudden you hear a little ding.
As you
And
do, I will
it
tell
all
you
works.
this. Yep, as you do, you hear the whole front. And the door swings up and out. So it's coming out a little bit, and then it's going to swing upward. That's what I want to say.
All right, so
And
yeah, I sidestep it as I see how the door is opening.
as you do, you see this glowing box in the middle of it, like it's suspended in the middle, but you can see through it. And it's you see it pulse, like not pulses, but it every once in a while you see it flash and dance a little bit and spark around. And on the casing you can read dangerous. That's all it says. And there's might be a little symbol that's kind of scuffed up, but it looks like it's an explosive dangerous.
what's your plan?
I'm not exactly sure. It's just marked dangerous. That's all it says, which is not very much information for a sealed container.
But you can see into this, and I will tell you, you're both looking at this. You will both recognize this. It's a spark. But it's not one you're normal to see in a spark. Because as an assassin, you've taken out others and you've seen their sparks. They don't do that. Overload, you've been in the battlefield, you've seen their sparks, and they don't do that. This thing is it's literally the sparking motions. It's like it's moving around in the box, but the box isn't moving. And you both have never seen a spark ever do this.
Do you think if one of us, do you think if one of us plugged that into one of us, we get some form of like cool explosive power?
Oof. I mean, maybe, but can I closer, like step a little closer to it and kind of examine it a little better?
Yeah. If you want to do an investigation on it. All you read, and you still see it pulsing. It doesn't do. You want to try and give him help?
I was gonna say, can I give him an advantage?
Go ahead and help him.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
I'll help. So that's 0 as a 17.
Oh my god. I go from a natural 20
to the opposite
to a
end.
fucking 0.
Instant luck hit.
I'll tell you this: the closer you get, Gilgamesh, it's pulsing still, but suddenly you see it's like jerking toward you because you're close to it. It's like the spark knows you're there, and it's and you start seeing the box actually start to try and move. Now this box is suspended by 8 cables, So it's in the middle of this crate all by itself. It's not moving at all. But this box starts to shift a little bit towards you and jerk towards you. And you start seeing that box move and jerk more and more. And it's like, Question is, are you going to stay there and do that?
I'm going to back up.
Might be a good thing.
And come back out from, like, looking in.
As you do, you did see the box start to crack a little bit, but the spark, as soon as you backed away, stopped charging. It just kind of became it settled back into the center of the box and just kind of, it's still doing its little sparking, arcing.
Whatever it is, it's trying to get out.
You think I can handle it?
I've never seen anything like this, so.
I mean, neither have I.
But all it says on the crates are experimental and a series of numbers and letters. So you don't know what these are.
We're not pulling it out of this box without it busting through that and pointing to the smaller box that it's the sparks encapsulated in. It was like,
well, if anything, there's possibly a manifesto that tells you what each of these do.
Good idea. Let's maybe look around for that and see if there's maybe a little more answers other than dangerous.
Do you want to look around some more? Do you want to close that crate up while you look around just in case?
Yep. Closing up the door because now it's unlocked. I can just open it up again.
Yeah, it just keeps it closed.
Yep, I close it back up. Just like, nope, not dealing with that.
What was that overload?
What's this?
What is that? Very well asked question. Right near there, since I'm still writing off your perception, so I'm letting it go. Right there is this little silver crate. It doesn't say anything. It's just sitting there. Right above it is a air vent or a vent of some sort. It's like maybe 10 feet in the air. It's not very high. You guys can reach it and touch the vent, but the box is sitting beneath it.
And there's no symbol?
No. Just a small
symbol, no problem. Open.
Yep, it just flips open, and surprisingly, nobody's touched it. It's just sat there, but this whole warehouse room has not been touched. So what you find in there, you keep finding all the shenanigans.
Yeah.
You find about, what did I write down? I already had this laid out too. Okay, little silver box is what I called it. Contains about 1,250 shenanigans.
Yeah, I'm rich.
So while he's collecting the monies, I'm perusing between these two boxes here, and I'm also checking on what does it say on the side of this one while I'm
again, another experimental. It seems like the big crates. I'll tell you about this. The big crates say experimental, and there's a series of letters and numbers. They don't say specifically what's in them. Like what Overload said, manifest. But those crates that you're looking at, you can flip them open. They haven't been opened though, so you can just pop the latches.
Yep. So yeah, I'll check both of them. I'll check this one first.
Okay, you pop it, and I will tell you, you find about 575 Shaniks in that one. Wait, is that the right one? Yeah, it's the right one. And also an Energon cube. Not a big one, kind of a smaller one. It'd be worth about 1,000 Shaniks, maybe a little more, depending.
575. Okay.
And then one smallish Energon. Yeah, that's about right. It's like, that's all I got. No, actually, the Energon cube, like I said, is worth a lot because Energon is prized over a lot of things. So
Okay, so wait, the total in the first box is one Energon cube and the Chanex?
Yep.
Okay.
It seems like this place has a lot of money so far. That's why I was like,
Okay. But there no documents or anything in that box?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
This seems like a storage area so far because you haven't seen. And the halls that you guys are in would fit these crates through easily. So the crates are going to be about the same height as that vent, which I said about 10 feet. So the hallways are about like 12 feet tall, maybe a little taller than that actually. But for your guys' size, we'll increase that because you're bots. So I'm just doing standard size.
Yeah,
The-
scaling to
Mhm.
the proper size.
So those crates can go down a hallway, down these hallways, but it's however they got there is another question of what's in them and what you guys are trying to find out.
Yeah.
So you want to check out that other crate?
Yep. Because I'm trying to look out for some kind of a manifest, like anything that might be able to tell us anything else that's inside here. So yep, I'm checking everything.
Okay.
So pop number 2.
Pop number 2, you find there is information in there, but it's not pertaining to these crates. It does talk about like experimenting on indigenous life, and then a lot of it's like you see that blacked out kind of thing. It looks like that. A lot of it's redacted information. You can't see it all. It's like hard copies to the digital. As in Cybertronians, they don't really have hard copies of a lot of stuff. It's all digital copy. So it's kind of odd to see this paperwork in here.
I'm taking that with.
Okay.
So what would I mark that down for? As just like one, like the manifesto?
You could put it down as oh, what did I just say it was? Technical info or experimental technical info, because you don't know exactly what it exactly is. I'm trying to be as vague as possible with it. Because it's like, I can't tell you what it is. Because it's all redacted information mostly. But it does give you little hints, because there was some experimenting going on.
Alright. Anything else in the box?
Nope, that was it in that one.
Alright.
Overload's over there getting rich.
Buddy.
Although comparable, you actually met out with more because of the Energon cube. So, but Energon's Energon. So Overload, do you want to open that crate next to you?
Yeah.
I like that I can see you guys move around. So. And Gilgamesh, you see the other crate against the wall there. You can go toward that if you'd like. But Overload, you open up your crate. It's mostly, again, this one's like, how do I say this? It looks like cannibalized bots, in a sense. You find arms, legs, hands, feet. It's really kind of weird. They're not, like, there's no energon dripping off them, but they're just in this crate. But they're not very big ones either.
I'm just gonna slowly close that back.
I see nothing.
And I'm gonna walk away as if I saw nothing.
Gilgamesh, do you want to open your crate?
Yep. What's behind box number 3?
Gilgamesh, you crack open your case to have a bunch of faces staring at you.
I slam it shut. I turn away. I'm just like, no. There's no way I just saw that. There's no way I just saw that.
Okay, you just slam it shut.
Overload.
Overload, do you want to open your crate first before you go over to Gilgamesh?
Well, I'm saying find something you don't like as I'm opening this.
And you find torsos. The midsection of the box of various types. Again, these are not all the same. They're various types, but they're not very big. Like say on average, they'd be about 6 to 8 feet tall, maybe give or take.
Just gonna close it. So what did you find?
Quick question. Have you been finding any, like, body parts in boxes?
Yeah,
Oh my god!
Sorry, what did you say?
may have.
Um, I think there's heads in this box.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk over to where Gilgamesh is. Do you think you can try and get this crate open as well?
I'll give it a shot.
There's
Roll to crack that puppy open.
18.
I'll, same thing happens. These crates are aimed the other direction, so the door opens toward you. So the doors will open toward each side because the spacing on the others won't let it. But you open it up, and you see another spark, but this one's not arcing and jumping around. It's not putting out a lot of light either, though. It's kind of dim, but there's something odd about it. You see the spark in the same type box, but it doesn't say dangerous on it. It's kind of there are symbols on there. You guys know what they mean. They're not. It's not safe still, and it's pretty much a do not interact with or touch directly symbols. It's not dangerous, but it's emphasized that it possibly is dangerous. It's kind of one of those it's not, but it is. But you don't know what it means again. And this spark though in the center of it is glowing, but it almost looks like there's two sparks. Like they're almost rotating around each other inside the box. So the centers are spinning. You see two spark orbs kind of overlapping inside of each other.
What
I'm
is
starting
going
to
on in this place?
I'm starting to have a feeling I know what this is about. Or at least this facility.
What do you mean?
Well, you said you just found heads. I found torsos and limbs. And there are sparks here.
You think
What
they're
is
trying
that?
to artificially create us?
Bingo.
Hmm.
It only makes sense. Spark is what makes us alive.
Well, you're not wrong. You're likely onto something. But then where did they get the sparks from?
That is the better question.
Even better question, who's the big guy in the first box? Because that one is radiating all kinds of power. Something's really odd about all this. We'll go keep looking around. Maybe there's more that we can find around here.
Possibly.
And I'm gonna
Ah,
make my way out of the room, and I'm gonna start heading up in the direction that I haven't explored yet.
yeah, I was gonna do the same with over here.
Go. And then over. Gilgamesh, you suddenly have a laser tracked onto your chest.
I hit the corner.
What you caught a glimpse of with the lighting, there's a turret by a door. And it's active.
Is there any debris or rocks that are around on the ground, or is this a solid, clean floor?
The only debris is where you guys fell into. It kind of looks, it was at a bit of an angle, so you guys actually kind of came down. Not at a, say, like a 45, it's more like 10-degree slant. So that debris is just down at the corner, but there's no real rocks really around you. The crate next to you is open a little bit. You could see what's in there if you wanted to grab something out.
Yeah, is there anything in the crate next to me?
I will say you don't have to do perception or anything. You can see into it. You can see some again motorized parts, motors, servos, other circuitry stuff in there that you could grab if you wanted to.
Okay, I'm grabbing like a fistful of nuts, bolts, and cogs. Just like
Mhm.
little metallic pieces that I can just like grab a handful of.
Okay, you grab a handful of them. What do you want to do with them?
First thing, I'm gonna take the largest bolt that I have, and I'm going to flick it around the corner so it lands right there.
So as you do, that laser tracks on, and you just hear this, and you see where it landed pretty much melted the bolt.
All right, security's still active.
And since this place is only thrumming overload, you would have heard that sound. You don't even need to do perception because I'm going to let you know right now because it's going to echo down that hallway.
Yeah, he's not far enough away
No.
to where he couldn't have heard it.
Because there's two ways you would hear it anyway. So, and you would hear that loud.
I just radio to overload. Watch out, turrets are still active.
Yay.
No fun toys? Got it.
Overload. And
All right,
as you proceed forward, you're going to see crates in front of you, by the way.
I just accidentally picked one.
Don't worry, I figured you stopped right there and you would have, because you were looking at them. But, Gilgamesh, what would you like to do with this turret?
I'm looking along the wall here, and I'm trying to see if I can find where it's connected for a power source.
So you're trying to peek over and see?
Yeah, I'm peeking over the box. Like, I'm just, like, looking my head over, just peeking over, and I'll stealth if I need to.
I probably would recommend doing it.
Okay.
Okay,
19.
good thing. You peek over, you can see the turret sitting there. It's not tracking onto you, so it's not picking you up because you're stealthed up right now really well. Right now, you don't see anything connected to it.
Okay.
Overload, did you want to check those chests while you're going along, or did you... I figured I'd ask him because I see him moving.
Oh, what?
Did you want to check those crates? I call them chests. They're chests.
Yeah, I'll check this one.
You find at least some, like, what would be Energon bites. They're worth probably like 20 a piece. About 5 of them. I don't know if you remember in the movie, I think it was, well, I'll say Hot Rod did it. He pulled out a piece of Energon to give to the Junkions. It's about that size. It's real small.
Energon bites.
Yep, about 5 of them. They're good if you guys need to energize up, I'll tell you. So, I'll tell you the other 2 crates, really it's more parts and stuff. More servos, more things like that. A couple of odd experimental things that are just mostly for examining and that devices. So, Gilgamesh, back to you. What would you like to do to this thing if you can?
I have a couple of options. I'm just trying to sort out which one I want to do. Or at least which one might be more effective.
While you're peeking over, you will also see... I'm going to give you a little bit of sight there because you can see from where you're at, there might be a second turret. Because visually, you're peeking over, you can see. But there is a crate in its path. And these crates that are near these turrets don't look like they were supposed to be there in the first place anyway, so...
Okay, from my position, how far am I away from the turrets?
Let's see. About 25 feet. I'm going to say 20 feet. They're not far away. They're pretty big, and these are kind of standardized security turrets. You guys have seen these in the past. These are kind of old ones, but they still function very well.
I'm going to cast Minor Illusion. And I'm going to place a figure right here. And I'll just say it's a figure of myself.
The turrets are... The one turret is still aimed down the other, toward where the bolt was. But you suddenly hear... The turrets are no longer. They got blown up. And if I can get them to disappear, it'd be nice.
Perfect.
Okay, just imagine them gone for the moment. Oh, there it goes. I can do it. Those turrets are blown up. They are pretty much just slag at this point. There is nothing you can salvage from them. Because they literally melted each other down.
All right.
So,
I'm going to come around the corner, and I'm going to keep making my way up.
You come to a door.
Oh, you blocked off the...
Oh, did it?
There.
Oh, God. Hang on, sorry. It cuts it off for some reason. Why is it doing that to me?
No, yeah, now it's going in reverse.
He's being consumed by the darkness.
Sorry, there you go. Dang it, why did it do that to me? I'm sorry. There.
No, you're fine.
You see a door. Sorry, you do see beyond it, but there is stuff there. But it's locked. Again, this has a control pad on it to your left, where the one turret was kind of behind the box.
Well, you don't put anything, not valuable behind a giant door and some turrets, so we are going to go straight to that pad. We're going to crack that bitch open.
Okay, we're going to shoot over to Overload. Overload, suddenly you have a laser tracked on you. It's coming directly down straight from you. What do you want to do?
Playtime.
Now you have 2 lasers and 3 lasers.
I'm thief tooling this.
Okay.
Explosions and
As
fire in the background.
As soon as you stepped out, I'm going to tell you this. The one was down in the darkness a little bit, but now there's a bit of lighting down there. You can see this. You have 3 turrets tracking on you. Because as soon as you stepped out, the one was off to the left. You couldn't see it yet. The one straight down from you is the one you could see. Well, sort of, see? Because the light was dimming in and out, so it's like, oh god, he's gonna run right into him.
Can I like go ahead and like shoulder bash like this one?
Sure, roll for it. Give me a crush on it. That'll take you out of range of the one real fast.
Oh, you want me to roll crush?
Or whatever it is you do to bash the crap out of him. How's that?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to American Gladiators.
Yeah.
Thought fist time. 10.
Da-da-da.
You just crush this thing down before it can even fire on you. The other one... I did not get my dice out. I am really good at this. I didn't even get my
still
dice.
have a second attack.
Oh, shoot. Go for it.
I move up my additional movement and bash this one.
So he's just like...
Fuck.
Okay, that one you
I
dented, but it didn't even phase it. So I'm gonna do this. Oh shoot, what did I have for rolling on them? Because I didn't have the dice out, and I'm good at this. So screw it. You're gonna see me roll. It's gonna be just it's.
Fuck.
They fire 3 times each. So I'm gonna say that first one because I didn't roll for initiative because they're just doing their thing. It's not gonna be much for you. So let's see what happens here. I'm just gonna roll this.
Yeah, then.
Hang on. Let me roll for the hit first. Okay, that one, literally, because you smacked it, you spun it around, it missed you. So don't worry about the 7. The second one is going to try and hit you. I don't think a 12 hits you.
No hit.
I think its optics are a little dusty, the censoring on it. So they miss you, so it's back to you. Go ahead and do what you want.
Bash. 12.
That actually will hit it. You damage it. Yep, you damage it a little bit. You can tell it's sparking and arcing, but it's trying to track onto you again.
Bop.
That one would do it. These guys don't have lots, so that one's done for. I need to switch my thing so I can select them and get them off your screen so you don't deal with them. There you go.
Anything for a bonus action I could use.
All right, so it's going to the other turret, and let's see if it. I think that one's malfunctioning.
It just blows up itself.
It misfired.
It points itself at the ground, and it fires for... Okay, it hurt itself. There we go. That's how bad it was. It's sparking and arcing really bad. It's kind of spinning about. Oh, it's gone. It's dead. So, you're currently standing. These were more humorous fights than anything, so. Oh god, is it revealing or not revealing? No, it's not revealing. There we go. There we go. So you're standing, Overload, now you're standing in front of a door, but we're going to switch back to Gilgamesh real quick. You're going to try and crack this door open?
Yep.
Actually, I forgot to put a little pad, so you're on the
22.
So, your Thieves' Tools, you literally, you do the same thing, you just pop the panel, you just like, tink, tink. Oh, this is kind of older tech, so this stuff's like Cybertronian kid stuff. It's easy. Click, click. Like, I did this when I was a kid. And the door opens up, and you're looking out into the forest. It's like it kind of goes up a little bit and slants up, but you kind of recognize some of the space out there. But it's still covered in a lot. This is overgrown. You guys would never have seen it. But you kind of recognize the rock where you saw the one ravage-like creature, the Cougaroid. Cougarator. Keep getting what they call them. Because it towers up above the tree line a bit. But you can see that from your point of view. But there's brush.
I'll kind of step out to the doorway here and just kind of look out.
So you're literally looking out at the forested area, and you see the rock. So you found the entrance and the exit to the facility. It looks like it's been abandoned though, because there's no like the pathway to the entrance is overgrown, covered. You guys would never have seen
Well, that was anticlimactic.
it.
I kind of step back and I'm kind of taking note. The turrets were pointed inward and not outward.
Well, the one detected you and turned to face you. They're not really super loud on turning. Their servos are pretty quiet for their age. These turrets, like I said, you guys have seen these turrets still around. They're newer looking, but these ones were older. They're more facing outward toward the door. The one was. That's why you heard it turn, because you're paying attention to it, and you'll hear it. That one flipped around, the other one flipped around, and what you were hearing was the mechanism to fire was whirring up.
Okay, so they were 180-degree turrets and they could turn both
Mm-hmm.
ways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the way I was thinking is they were trying to keep something in, and that's where the turrets were pointed inward. But okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Because the ones that were pointed toward Overload were pointed down the hall, like in his direction.
All right, well, we know where the entrance and exit is, so I'll start heading back and make my way over to Overload.
Overload, you're at this door, and you're right near the control panel, which is another lock, but this one is not like what's on the crates, and it is much more complicated.
I'm just gonna turn my attention towards the door.
Do you want to do an investigation on it? Or.
Yeah. Do investigation.
Okay.
Not
All right. You recognize this steel and this metal. It is very, very strong metal.
Is it heat resistant?
Yes.
Damn.
This is a more. You've seen this in more security areas like jails, prisons, things like that would contain bots. Even if they had like a blaster, it wouldn't punch through this. This stuff is made to be impenetrable.
Oh man, I can't cut my way through. Can't exactly break myself through either. Guess I'm
So,
stuck here.
I'm stuck here. I'm just at a dead end.
Stuck where?
Gilgamesh comes up behind you.
Doors are completely hard solid.
I'm looking at the door. Is there any access panel for this one?
To the right, you see there's a little panel there sticking out to the right of you.
Okay.
And it's the one that Overload just looked at. And it is not like the door one, since you're there now. It's not like the front door entrance one. And it's not like the crate ones. This one is much more encrypted. And you can't pull it off the wall. It is somehow melded to it.
I tap the panel, testing it, just pushing a button.
And a symbol
Does it
appears
light
above.
up or change in anything?
Well, a symbol appears above. You recognize it as a letter. Nothing special about it. It's just a letter.
What letter is it?
It is the letter S in Cybertronian.
S. Okay. And is that the same symbol that's on the the pad itself.
Yes. But you notice the symbol changed after you pressed it. It goes from S to what would be a Cybertronian number of 3.
It's a 3.
The door and keypad is pretty much built like a prison ward.
You could try and run your thieves kit on it again if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I can do electronic locks
Mm-hmm.
because I've had to deal with that in the past. So yeah, this wouldn't like be like a pop and rewire job, but let's see what I do. 20.
Okay.
20.
With that, you kind of notice there's a pattern to it, and you try it a couple times. You hear the doot deet. Every time you touch it, the symbols and numbers change back and forth, back and forth. They change, and you figure out the pattern, and it's kind of odd, but it suddenly you hear the door locks. The panel goes green, and you just hear these doom, 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 doom down the middle of the door. And you hear this as it opens up, and this gas light is kind of not pouring down, but kind of drifting down from the ceiling, from the inside. As you look in, you guys will see. Oops, I thought I locked the map. Oops, my bad. My bad, don't worry about it. I think I did, and I didn't. Anyway, put it back. Okay, as you do, I gotta reveal. I was trying to reveal. Apologies. You guys can see inside. This is lit up. It's kind of cool in there, though. And it looks clean.
I'm gonna have my weapon ready and step in.
Alright. As you step in, Overload,
I'm following right behind him.
you guys can see everything around you. You see down at the end what looks like 2 medical kind of looking beds.
Is that what these are here?
They are, yeah, those 2 things. Yep, you got them.
Those ones.
Those 2
Okay.
things. They look like odd stasis kind of tanks on top of them. Like the beds are designed to contain a body in the tube itself, where it's a stasis-like tube, but also be laid out to be worked on, like you're a surgeon, like you're getting worked on. It's some kind of medical area. You also notice around on the 2 tables there are 2 computers with screens, and there's a small tablet on the far furthest, like the one closest to Overload. There we go. The other end of the room, you'll see what looks like vats of liquid of some sort. They're clear, but you can see it's like a weird substance in it. And it has like a what would be considered a biohazard symbol. Very dangerous. It's written all over it. So
I start examining the panel over here.
are you touching the keyboard? Or the
Not touching it yet. I'm looking at it passively just to see if there's anything active or anything displaying currently.
what you see on it is a Decepticon deep purple symbol. Like it's dark purple.
Does it somehow look connected at all to one of the stasis beds?
Yes. Those computers aren't connected to it to give vitals and stats. You can see the wires running to it.
So is it safe to assume this panel is connected to this bed here?
Yes.
All right. I'm still not touching the panel, but I'm going to go up and closer observe the stasis here. What am I looking at inside?
So, since you're both up there, Overload, you see the other computer, you see its screen, it has the same symbol on it. You know what that symbol means. And I will tell you, in your own memory, you know that's the symbol of Shockwave. That dark of purple, the symbol, and if you look closer at the symbol, it's kind of, there's some little differences in it. He's loyal to Megatron, but he's loyal to his science too. So you recognize this is possibly one of Shockwave's labs. Gilgamesh, as you're examining the bio bed, I'm going to call it that, it's odd, but there's a spot that looks like like I said, you could put a body onto it, and in this tube, it's not really, there's like a space missing. And what it is, it looks about the size of one of those cubes that was in those crates. It would fit in that spot.
Well, I think we found the host shell.
Yeah, well, we probably just found something more terrifying.
Yeah.
Now, Overload, you recognize the symbol. Do you tell Gilgamesh about it?
Well, yeah,
Okay, I just want to be sure.
this is more than likely the lab of one called Shockwave.
You mean the guy we took the job from for these mystical stones that we still have to go do later on?
Yep.
Well, I think we just spoiled that job now by busting into this lab of his.
Uh, you probably don't worry about that much. He has many labs.
And during this whole time, you still hear that thrumming sound. It's just there.
However, what I mean by more terrifying is, well, he's a scientist first and foremost, so he's willing to do whatever. Um,
The
I'm gonna.
question is this trying to create a new bot or is this some form of resurrection?
Let's find out. As I'm gonna interact with the
mean,
computer.
You can't just create a spark, right?
With a shockwave, anything is more or less possible. It's just how far he wishes to go with it.
That's not a terrifying thought to think about.
No.
Um,
Overload, did you want to interact with the station, is what I heard?
Yeah, I wish to interact with the computer.
yep, I was just gonna.
Okay.
I was thinking about doing the same thing.
Okay, I'm going to have you both do it. It's not going to be hard. You tap on the keyboard, or at least the display that's a keyboard. You recognize all the symbols. Cybertronian. You hit it, the screens come out of what like a screensaver. They pop up. It's like they were just left where they were at. You hear at the other end, on the other side of those beds, the 5 server stations kick on. It's like they're winding up, like they're old hard drives. But you hear them hum to life when you do that. Overload on your screen, you start to see a list of experiments that were done on that particular bed, the one closest to you. Gilgamesh, on your screen, you see a list of experiments on your screen from that bed that you looked at. Each of you has about 3 each.
Alright.
And they all
Are they
say
all different? Are they all different from each other? Or
yes,
are they...
because they're separated experiments. So on yours, Overload, yours says 3 experimentals, like what's on the crates, with the list of serial numbers. Gilgamesh, same for yours. Experimental, da-da-da-da-da, whatever number. So it's whatever one you pick, and I'll tell you the numbers. But I'll tell you, on each one of yours, there's 2 on each that say failed in red.
I'm just starting at the top of the list, whatever one that is, and I'm just reading what each of them is.
I'm going to tell you this. Experimental number 53312 failed.
Oh, fuck.
Oops.
I can't believe you've done this.
Yes, it did. That's what happened. Yeah. That's perfect timing.
Hang on. I'm
That's
sorry.
no, it's all right.
So,
It's
53312, you said it was?
Yep. Failed.
Okay.
You can open up these files. These are files, so you can look at them.
Yep. I'm jotting it down for notes.
Good, because I won't remember those. I'm just making these ones up.
Yep.
I only have specific ones. That's it. So, do you want to go to the next one, or how about this Overload? Do you want to try and look at yours?
Yes.
First one, experimental 61-55B. Failed.
6355B.
And I'll read off each of yours so you know what 3 you have. Gilgamesh, your next one is experimental 53X9Z. Failed. Overload, your next one is experimental 62A3X. Successful. Gilgamesh, yours last one. 53CAR. Successful. And Overload, your last one. 7813B failed.
Is there any details if I tap on, like, say, the 53CAR?
If you want to, you can hit the end.
Let me
You can
tap on
select like
successful
what we
on
do.
this and read.
Yeah, you can select like highlight it, and you can hit like the enter key like humans do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like. While he's doing that, I'd like to also check out 62A.
All right, the successful ones then. All right, so I'll start with you, Gilgamesh. You read the screen. You understand the words, but it's kind of weird. Crossing species, CNA with DNA, successful. And some of it you notice is redacted a little bit here and there, like it's been erased. But in Cybertronian, you can actually, you're kind of picking up the behind, like it was just not erased completely, kind of thing. It's weird for Cybertronians in this universe. You're reading through it, you're picking up, it was crossed with a species from another planet with, and you kind of recognize the symbol. It's a very old symbol, but it hasn't been talked about in a very long time. Not since Unicron's defeat. And you're kind of looking at it, and I'm going to leave it there with you. It's a symbol. It's familiar. I won't tell you what it is yet. Overload. I'm going to tell you, you're looking at yours. You kind of get the same thing, but crossed with a species from another planet again. Capable of flight. Other capabilities. Defensive. loyal. Gilgamesh, yours reads into as quiet but intelligent, quick, just details. They're like specifics. Capable of lots of damage. Limited on capacity. That's all it says. It's very cryptic in some ways, the way that it's possible Shockwave did these, and he did it for a specific reason. He was always cryptic anyway. He's always been the way he is. But you both notice storage unit. They're not on this jungle planet. They lead to Luna 2. It says location Luna 2, storage facility. That's it. As you both scroll, Overload, you read the word Aegis. Aegis. Gilgamesh, yours at the bottom of the list says car-bine.
What was the last word?
Bine. B-I-N-E. Like carbine.
B-I-N-E. Okay.
Yeah, like carbine.
Carbine. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Car-bine. It's
Okay.
It's one of those. It's got an odd name. I gave it an odd name. Don't mind me.
Well, I just the E and the D. You know.
Yeah.
I thought it was
D, yeah.
Bind.
No. Yeah. Sorry.
That's why I have to ask.
My speech. Yeah. It's good to clarify because I don't talk normal.
Yep.
But yes, that's as much as your files will read.
So I'll just turn back to Overload. So he was what, melding animals and machines?
Doesn't sound too far for what he's done so far.
I mean, so what? He's artificially creating beast bots?
That or little subjects to follow him into battle.
Oh yeah, I suppose if you want an army of mindless drones, this is how you're going to do it.
I mean, it's better for somebody to submit and not think about it than to struggle.
Yeah.
But he's basically breeding an army.
Now that you're talking about it, I'm sending you both images. I hope this one turned out for you, Ligu. Let's see if I can get them.
Okay.
You both will recognize the symbol above them. Do either
Are
of
they
you?
different symbols, or are they the same?
They are the same symbol above their heads, or above their name even.
Okay.
Oh, I gave that one away. But do either
Well,
of you
just
know what
making
that
sure.
symbol is? It looks like an M.
Okay.
I will tell you, this is what you both recognize of it. It's a very old symbol. Supposedly, Unicron, before his defeat, and they were supposed to be there for a reason, created smaller bots called Micromasters. Or Minicons, if you'd like. Other stories, they were made by Micronus Prime to help out with Cybertron, cleaning it up, getting it back up. So these symbols are indicative of what you found on each of your files. You both only see what I have sent each of you. It is up to you whether you want to describe to each other what they are.
Hmm.
And in the other symbols, since I've already given it away, that's their names in Cybertron.
Hmm.
Old Cybertronian, I should say.
Okay.
So based on what we've read so far, do these numbers that we have here, did they match up with the boxes we were looking, the large boxes in the storage room?
Yes.
Well, we found the manifest.
You can look at their files too, if you'd like.
You know what?
All right.
Yeah. Let's actually look at the failed experiments too and just see what happened there, if there's any details.
All right, Gilgamesh, I'll start with the first failed one. I'll just start from the top of the list because I don't remember the
Yeah,
numbers.
53312.
Okay. That was actually the crate you opened. The first one.
Yeah,
It says,
rampant one.
yeah, it says right across the top, do not tamper with, dispose of. So it was supposed to be disposed of at some point. Cross 2 sparks did not work out. It was unsuccessful in every aspect.
Okay.
Unstable, dangerous.
All
Do
right.
not open. Possibly explosive. Honestly, I'm like, oh, I gotta put that one in. I actually
There's
pulled
a
that
lot of
first.
warnings on this one.
So, Overlord, did you want to look at one of yours?
Yep.
It happens to be one of the ones that you haven't opened. Useless, dead, non-existent. Spark has no life. Unusable. Disposed of immediately.
Hmm.
Gilgamesh, your other failed experiment, that one, highly explosive, dispose of, off planet. That's all it says.
Boy, I just happen to have all the nuclear bombs on my side.
Overload. The other one is the one that Gilgamesh opened up, and it's odd. The symboling was odd. Twin sparks, unstable, and it has kind of a video clip on it, and it shows a bot. You don't recognize them. They're just kind of two generic bots that were trying to move this out of the crate. And you can see this kind of lift thing that they were using, and it fell over on one of them, the whole thing, but the crate landed on the bot's chest, and you see the bot like almost disintegrate just by touching the box. And below in the video, after it stops playing, do not touch, do not come in contact, use special lift, dispose of immediately. Failed experiment.
Glad I didn't decide to touch that one.
Pretty much all the warnings are it's like touching acid, do not touch it.
Well, I guess should we go see if the successful ones are in their crates?
I doubt it, but sure.
Well,
One way to find out.
if you want to go look at the empty crates, because remember what I said on the files, they're not on Jungle Planet. They're on Luna 2. I'll save you that time.
Well, I
So-
thought you said that the numbers matched up with the boxes
They do.
in the storage room.
But they're not
They
there.
do. Yeah.
They're not in those storage units. They were successful. So they're somewhere else. They're somewhere on Luna too. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I'm saving you a little bit of time so you don't have to sit there and open
Well,
it
it's
and
just
take
because
the...
there's 6 boxes there, so it's like, aren't they all 3 of them there?
Those 2 aren't. They were never put back in those crates because they were exist. What you guys are seeing in those crates are just the sparks.
Okay.
So you
I'm
found
sorry,
body...
I'm sorry if I just poked a hole through your
No,
story
no,
here,
no,
but
no.
I need to go back to the storage room then and see what 2 boxes do not match up with the 6 numbers we just acquired.
Okay. If you want to, go right ahead. No.
Yeah,
I
no, 'cause
appreciate you doing it.
I
I'm just trying to
now-
save you a little time on it, that's all. Because I'm going to tell
I was
you...
like, wait. So you mean to tell me there's 6 boxes in here, but only 4 of them have the serial numbers that we have? What are the other 2 boxes then?
They're the empties. You can open them up. You won't find anything in the cube that's...
Son of a bitch.
While he's doing that, I'm just gonna fiddle with the control over here.
That panel is just a button panel. Literally open,
Yeah.
close. It has a security button on there to lock the doors down. It does have a panel like that, like the outer door, but it literally just says open, close.
Thank God, open. Something easy.
So as you open it, it's all lit up in here again. So, whoops, I didn't light up the door. Apologies. Oh, there we go. I'm going to do that so you can see the walls too.
That's
You see containers of similar liquids off to your right, and some containers in the middle, and there are tables with, it looks like experimental rifles and guns and pistols, but they're dismantled. Like they're experimental, they're being experimented with or modded in some form.
might have fun with these.
So I just kind of rushed back. All right, so those other serial numbered boxes, they're empty.
Yep.
I'm just gonna point towards like the tables. Guns.
I mean, they do look pretty nice.
But again, they're in pieces. Like they look like they're experimented and modded on. You see blueprints on the walls for these particular guns, and you read upgrade or improvements can be made. Gilgamesh, you're closest to the one. Overload, you're closest to those 2 up there. You recognize these. These are old models of guns that you guys have seen in fields in your areas of work. But these are older.
Black market.
Like these are before, like when you were a little one, Gilgamesh, your character would have seen these as older guns now. Like, these things are old. Like, not archaic, but nobody really used these unless you're an off-world.
On guards when I was just a wee lad.
Yeah, and since then they've...
Call me.
Yeah,
Call me. Old reliable.
Yeah, and you got these old pistols, but they're all in parts and pieces, and you got these blueprints sitting up there, and you guys recognize them. Oh yeah, I know that upgrade. I know that one. That one I don't know. And you're just like, oh, that would never work, because you guys are somewhat proficient in your weaponry. You recognize these blueprints, and you're going, what? Why are they all disassembled, though, to you? Is because they were modding them. They were upgrading them.
This looks like a rifle here. What kind of rifle is this?
It would be a type of a pulse rifle that would fire. It's not super fast at firing, but it fires a larger round, kind of almost like a large anti-tank gun almost. In Transformer size, that's small. But it fires pretty fast. But
can I investigate and kind of determine what parts have been pulled from it?
Yeah. If you'd like to do an investigation on it.
See what I can do here. 7.
Well, I'll tell you anyway. Most of these guns, there are parts missing all over. They've been disassembled down pretty good. Gilgamesh, next to you on your one side there is a console. small one. If you wanted to look it up.
Yeah.
I'm hinting at it.
Sort of catch my attention there with the
And this is
being active.
this room seems pretty basic to the other room. So this console, you can just punch it up, and it's like listing of armaments to be upgraded. And it shows every one of the guns that are in the room, plus some that were supposed to be upgraded, but never. You don't see them sitting on the tables anywhere. So you're getting a manifest of this is also like some kind of weaponry facility of some sort.
Are there any dates on the manifest?
From very long, many cycles ago.
So we're talking like years.
Oh, many.
Like
You're
years,
like a couple hundred years. Remember, you're Cybertronians. You live a long time, unless you get killed. I should ask, how old are you guys? But for you, Gilgamesh, you would have seen these a long time ago. These are like hundreds of years old now. But this whole facility, from the doors on, it looks clean. Like nobody's been in here, nothing's been disturbed. There's no layer of dust really. So you guys are seeing a very clean facility. Beyond the doors, it's kind of dusty and everything. You want to check out those crates?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You open up the first one. These guys aren't locked either. You guys open them up. You find gun parts of all kinds. Just rifle pieces, some power packs that are designed for, some that are older that you've never seen. You see some that that's in a buddy of yours' gun that you've seen back at the guild, or one of the others. Overload, you've seen these parted together from others. Some of them, again, are very old, like a couple hundred years old. Nothing is really super new.
Yeah, figures how much we weren't gonna find nice weapons here.
It kind of almost looks like
Shows
some of
parts, but
yeah, most of it, it's either some salvageable parts, or you can tell that some parts were not successfully used, so they were kind of screwed up, and they just tossed them in the crates.
yeah, it's just a bunch of serviceable parts, but nothing really worthwhile. Is there anything on this side over here?
Yeah,
Is that just a wall?
Sorry, that's lit up too. I forgot to light it up. Oops, there you go. That's supposed to be lit up. Apologies. Okay. There you go. There is another door. And Overload and Gilgamesh, you hear that thrumming sound is way louder now. Boom, 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 boom. It's just, you can hear it. It's like, okay, it's close now.
I just look at Overload. You want to try taking a crack at this door?
Look at the panel. If it's numbered, I'm just gonna pry that door open.
So who's looking at it first? You, Overload?
I am.
Oh,
okay.
Overload's standing next to us. He's just turning to his right and looking at it.
Okay, I'm going to describe this for you. Overload, you look over it and you're just like, hang on. And you're just like, man, I don't know if I can do this. And you just reach down and you press open. The door's not locked. It's open. The only main door that was open was the one to the main part of it. So as you open the doors and they slide open, you see this entire thing in a huge console in the middle.
See, not everything requires brute strength to open.
And it's older. You hear that thrumming sound coming from this console. It's
You're saying?
just humming away.
I stand by what I said.
But as you're both standing near it, you realize, Gilgamesh, you're closest to it. Your optics are kind of going like your night vision, your night sight is just, it's been going on and off and keeping it, and you right now, it's like trying to turn on and off at the same time. So it's not blinding you fully. It's just like click, 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 like it's trying to adjust.
Yeah.
Overload, your lights on you are flickering a little bit, but not as much because you're still a little further back.
I knew it was an inhibitor.
Okay, yeah, can we shut it off, please? This is giving me a headache.
Fucking smash!
Jesus Christ. Let me see. How would I do this? I mean, you want to investigate it at least to just see if it's got a switch or something?
You heard what he said.
Oh, God.
Hulk smash.
Okay. Let me see. What do I have you roll to do that? I want to see how much you can smash it. Throw me a d20. Wow. This is straight up.
Oh no.
You know what I'm kind of tempted to do?
All right, hear it.
I'm gonna do it.
Rage.
Oh God.
Rage.
I was gonna say, okay, if you want to rage, go ahead. And then you crush it into the ground. It sparks and everything. You just and you hear that thrumming. From all around you, you hear the thrumming. Boom, 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 boom. And those things that are around the room humming away and thrumming are stopped. I would have told you if you just looked at the console, you could have just slid the sliders down and it would shut it off.
Nah, it was annoying. Rush.
I just walk up to him. Again, I was talking about the door, and I just walk out.
Okay, well, I was going to say Overload notices these two container-like things down at the end. They're kind of sealed up, but they're different containers to those crates.
They sealed up?
They're kind of sealed up. You see like a button panel. It's a digital one, but it's just a button that you can just press. That's it.
Why couldn't it be more complicated? Press.
You hit the button. You hear a little bit of a hum sound coming from this, and it's.
I'm preparing my fist. Like if it starts doing the same thing,
it shuts off. In a sense,
I'm kind of like walking back because I'm seeing this happen.
And you suddenly see it crack open like it's like a pod opening up. But the lid lifts straight up a little bit, and you see this mist vaping out, just pouring fog mist coming out, and the lid, and you're looking at this big container with this little device sitting in the middle of it.
What shape is the container?
It's just a device, just a little thing. It's got 2 buttons on it and 3 other buttons, smaller buttons above, and then a screen on it.
I'll disengage my fist.
What is it? A puzzle box?
No, it's a device.
No, I'm saying the character.
Oh.
I'm just gonna pick it up like.
And it fits like in the palm of your hand. And
so tiny.
And yeah, it's not very big, but you're just looking at it, and there's some Cybertronian written on it. and it says portal device.
Oh my god, it's a fucking portal gun!
But it's literally just this round thing sitting in your hand with two buttons that are curved to its shape, and then there's three little buttons up top, and then an LCD screen of some sort, or at least a little screen. I won't say it's LCD because they use different tech, but
How the fuck does this work?
And so out of curiosity, then I immediately just go to the other one. I'm like, all right, well, what's in this box?
so, you're gonna open it up. I'll just skip all the formalities. You press the button, it opens up, does the exact same thing. That fog mist comes out, then the door, and you're looking at a square device with buttons on the front, a screen on it, and it's just sitting there. It's about the size of your palm as well.
I pick it up and I examine it.
As you do, you read in Cybertronian Q S D. Q.S.D.
Huh. And is there anything active on the screen, or is it just blank?
It's just blank right now.
So, there's 3 buttons on my device, right?
Well, there's 3. Well, his has 3 buttons at the top and then 2 larger buttons below. Yours has a kind of like a series of buttons, kind of like a calculator almost looking thing with, well, like a number pad. So there's 9 buttons, but there's 3 little dots. I actually have to look at it. I will describe it as 3 little red dots, like lights, beneath the panel and above those, not numbers, but above the buttons.
And they're active red lights, or are they just dimmed?
They're dimmed, just like his is.
Okay.
Both your devices are sitting kind of like they're off right now.
How do I do this?
I'm just kind of like looking back and forth, like between his and mine, just like, I'm not quite sure what these are. They look like they'd be some kind of weird puzzle, but why would you keep a puzzle box in stasis?
I'm gonna press a button.
Screen lights up. Portal device active. That's all it says.
I'm gonna press another button.
Try not to laugh because it's like, oh, so you press another button, press another. So how many buttons have you pressed?
So far, I've only pressed one.
Okay, so
that was straight on.
So that's just it. Pretty much just says portal device active. If you just press the one.
Yeah, which I'm gonna press another.
Okay. And as you do, surface invalid.
I guess I'll turn around and press the same button.
Surface invalid.
I don't know what the hell surface invalid means.
Above game, I really hope QSD is not what I think it is. Because I'm already like, no, you didn't. You seriously didn't.
Did what?
I'm gonna hit one of the buttons on my device. Just one.
Surface invalid. Device active, surface, invalid. That's all it kind of scrolls on your screens. Is these kind of,
wait, that's what it says on mine?
Mhm.
It is.
both of yours.
Well, what did mine say when I turned it on?
It's
Does it
pretty
say
much,
portal device?
nope. His
What the
says
hell?
is in Cybertronian says portal device. Yours just says in Cybertronian QSD. That's it. It's like somebody got lazy when they were writing the name on it and just stopped there.
I tap another button.
Button.
Storage 0. Invalid surface.
Storage.
Wait. Let me have idea.
No.
Let me have idea. I'm gonna hold my sword like kind of like if I'm gonna place my sword down actually because I don't want to like take my hand with it. It's a serious problem. I don't want my hand to go with it.
Okay. I'm just imagining this. No, wait. I don't want to. No.
He's just gently laying it on the ground, just like like reaching out, like long distance tapping with a one finger.
Oh my god.
Button. I'm gonna press the first button I press before after the power button. So being the surface one.
Are you trying to set it on a surface?
I'm kind of like directing it towards my sword.
Okay. It's just I can see it. Invalid surface is all it keeps saying.
So my device, is there like a clear, like pointed direction where it's like actively scanning for whatever it's supposed to be doing?
No.
What the hell?
I'm gonna press the third button.
That's a laugh. That's a laugh. Oh god. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Alright, when you press the third red button, it gives you invalid surface, but it also indicates looking for door. That's all yours says, is looking for door. After it says invalid surface.
I hate this. I hate this. I want to throw it. It's irritating me.
How
I'm
about the
setting the device down on top of the cylinder that it was in. I'm just like kind of like putting it back almost, like just like kind of laying it down and then pushing a button.
insufficient doorway? That's what yours says when you do that.
Fine. It wants a doorway. I'll give it a doorway. I'm going over to here.
I was gonna say, before you guys continue, I'm not gonna let you suffer anymore. There is a passage over here, down to the south.
No, I'm pressing the third button again. It wants a doorway. I'll give it a doorway.
So what are you doing with it?
He's gonna go do his thing. I'm gonna go explore whatever's down here.
It wants a fucking doorway. I'll give it a doorway.
Okay. What are you gonna do?
Third button.
Invalid surface. Looking for doorway. As Gilgamesh, as he's out there writing on it, you find a large console area and what looks to be four, not crates, but almost like smaller, separate storage mediums of some sort.
Are there any distinguishable markings on the boxes?
They are another type of hard drive or storage for any information. So they're digital data. You can see they are connected up to that large console.
Yep. Then seeing that, I'm just gonna immediately go to the console and
And
bring it online.
And you see on that big screen right in front of you, you can't see, you've seen that same big purple icon of Decepticon. And you guys recognize that as Shockwave's symbol. As you touch the console, it comes online. You see folders, well, screens with like folders on them. They are literally the two console computers from the experiments. So you can see all the failed experiments and the successful ones on each one of those screens. It's like independent. You can operate those computers from this computer and examine everything. There's another screen from another console that is now crushed and says inoperable. And all it says is inhibitor. And then there's under that is a file listing what that inhibitor does. It inhibits.
Check that file. What was it? What was it inhibiting? Because it was doing more than just my dark vision.
Yes, it inhibitor affecting lights, optics, also maintaining spark containment.
Oh shit.
And you notice there's a little bit of
checking that spark containment. Is there any readouts coming from that on the panel?
Yes, there's. Damn it. I think somebody's raging up there.
I'm just hearing this boom, 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 boom.
It's like, knock it off of there. I will tell you this. There is another screen before you do that that talks about what's in those two containers also.
Oh, okay.
So you can download that information, and
yep.
I will say you're going to download it because you kind of jumped over to that because I should have told you the other screen first. But forget it. You downloaded that information. That screen, you pulled up that spark containment, you suddenly see unstable, 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 unstable.
Uh-oh.
And the one that was worse about exploding is spiking higher. The other one is starting to climb. And you see kind of a layout in the cargo area. The container with the one that's second to the other, that container is starting to glow redder. The other container further up to the right is starting to go.
We gotta go. We gotta go right now.
Boxes.
Those are just server boxes with information.
Yeah, those are just hard drives.
And I'm gonna just kind of say you guys downloaded this information real quick because you got the information for the devices as well. But you suddenly hear, breep, breep, breep. The lights start flashing red.
I'm transforming into my bike and I'm hauling ass.
Because the doors are
to transform.
just. Well, I mean, you're too big to ride on him, so I mean, you technically could. You just bash through everything because those crates and everything they're nothing really to you guys. So, but those alarms are going off.
Come on, we gotta do this. We gotta go.
And the alarm is evacuate, evacuate, explosion imminent, explosion imminent.
Go gadget motorcycle.
Okay.
Fuck you.
So for brevity's sake, I'm just gonna cover this real fast. You guys bolt out of there riding Gilgamesh. You're just and now that you got full lights, your optics are fully working. But you got flashing red lights giving you everything. You got overloads lights full on. You can see everything. You race out and don't worry about moving yourselves, guys. I'm going to tell you where you're going to pop out at. You hear that alarm going off. Explosion in 10 milliseconds. And who knows how the hell long that actually is. So I'm going to switch maps real quick, and then I'm going to move it over so I can see where you guys are not going to pop out there. So I need to move you real quick. Hang on. I'm going to adjust this. There we go. And then I'm going to... Where's the map thingy? I need to move it for players. There we go. You're going to shoot out. And remember how I said you could see that big rock that Cougaroid was sitting on? You shoot out just near the path. That one creature were ambushed was sitting right near the entrance. Nobody knew it. You come flying out of there. You guys hear 3, 2.
I just yell out like, "Get down!"
You just hear this. And you just feel the concussive wave wash over you. The brush around you is just getting whipped about. And you kind of, guys roll over from your prone positions, and you just see the ground kind of, from where you guys probably came in from the cave over, just collapse inward. And it just buries itself in there. There is nothing left.
I'm sorry if I didn't make it obvious before. I did take that box with me. I did not leave it in there.
Which box? Oh, the little...
The QSD.
Yeah. I figure you both have it, so you have your device.
I just want to make sure that was clear. I did take that with me. I did not leave it.
Okay.
Let's do that again.
As the dust settles, you both are getting up. You're standing up, but you notice up ahead there's some smoke billowing up. And I need to reveal that area because you guys can't see yourselves. There we go. Sorry. I just realized that. What apologies there. Actually, you kind of see all this.
I can see.
Apologies. No, you should be able to. I hope you can
Right.
move your guys, so I don't know if you can.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, up ahead, you can see part of what looks like. You see the smoke, but you can see part of a. Like the tail end of something sticking out.
And
Not
that's
much.
in the direction of the village, isn't it?
Yeah, it's up that path straight up. Oops.
Yep. So yeah, I'm going back into bike form, and I'm hauling ass.
Okay,
that
as
direction.
you guys get up to that turn, you recognize who it is right off the bat. It's Skipjack. He's still transformed into his Cybertronian plane mode, but he's aimed like he was flying back to you guys, but he's been shot down. He's smoking. He's just sitting there in his plane mode. He's leaking a bit of energon right now. Cybertron. Well,
All right. Yeah, I go right up to him and like a check on him.
he's just
Like
you can hear some
is he
sparking.
leaking energon at all?
Yeah,
or
he's
is he-
leaking a little bit right now. You can see it on the ground around him a bit.
Skipjack, you awake?
You can hear the sparking and movement suddenly from him. The village attacked. I was shot down on way back. Out.
Transform back.
I will try. And you hear him trying to transform it. It just sounds horrible. It's scraping and it's painful. And he finally transforms, so you kind of hear that. And he's laying there on the ground on his back, just looking up. His optics are flickering in and out. Servo's damaged. and you can see it's pretty much in his side that you can see there's a shot through, but it's mangled mess.
I don't have any bonus for this, but I do want to try and do a medicine check to see if there's anything I can do to like give him an emergency patch job.
Okay, let's see. I guess what would you roll for that?
That'd be medicine.
Okay, I can't remember what's on the sheet right now. Overload, do you want to give it a try?
I mean, I would want to help him, so it'll
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
from a
natural.
1.
I'm,
It would turn from a natural 1 to a 19.
I'm gonna say 19 for this because you're gonna help him. You both get down there. You pinch off and hold what would be like, in a sense, an artery of energon, so it starts leaking out. And Overload, you get to work on patching his side. It takes about 10 minutes in human time, so just a little bit of time. You patch him up. He starts to stabilize, and his optics stop flickering. Thank you. I was on my way back to you guys fast because village being attacked. Don't know by who or what. Blasts, and he kind of falls back a bit, like he's trying to get his strength back. They
Stay here and rest. We're
help.
gonna run ahead to the village.
Please help them. And he goes, I can't move right now. And he just lays there.
Stay here till you're able and meet us back when you can. And I immediately start hauling ass.
I'm assuming,
Transform,
yeah,
transform, all ass.
you can just hear him say thank you and just kind of falls back and passes out. Alright, I'm going to switch to the other map, and I've already moved your icons there. I just have to move this. As you get back to the village, you see smoke and lots of stuff everywhere. Just blown up or damaged. So I'm going to switch that screen, and I have blocked out some stuff. So you see the buildings are burning or just blown apart in some spots. The couple of the cabins are just completely decimated. You can see right inside of them. You see straight down the path. Hopefully you guys can see those three. There's 3 bots. They're not moving. You see energon around them. They're just not moving.
Alright, yeah, I'm driving straight in.
You pull up, you can see the cantina's been damaged, but you can only see through the doors. You see the medical facility is just been, the whole side where the medical area was just blasted out, and it looks like an explosion happened there.
I'll go check the cantina.
All right, I'm gonna
see if there's any survivors inside.
All right, I'm gonna do yours real quick. Overload. You walk in. You see this place is completely destroyed. Nobody is around, but you do hear a little bit of movement, which would be to your left since you're coming in and aiming down. I'm going to say the tables over on the wall, which are, let me see if I can ping it, right in there.
Oh, it's ready.
And you see a little bot climb out, and he's kind of busted up and beaten up and burnt. But you recognize him as Micron, the little microscope bot that was doing all the analysis on all the vegetation you guys were bringing him, all the energon samples and stuff. He was doing that, and he just looks like a mess. Oops, and he's just kind of stumbling. He doesn't even recognize you're there right now. He's just... And he kind of falls to his knees, and he's just... And he's looking around, and he sees you, and he kind of like falls back on his back, and he's like crawling back. Like he doesn't recognize you at first, and he's kind of
Little
scared,
man.
and he's freaking out a little bit. And he's like, and as you get closer to him, like you are, you're big and hulking, but he recognizes you. You're the big one. You're the one who brought samples too and defeated. And he's kind of shaking his head. I remember you. You were Overload. And he's kind of a little slow at first, and he's just kind of like he's picking up. And
What happened, little man?
I just remember explosion. I was on table doing analysis, and I think I got blown across the room and under the table into this stuff. My head hurts. My servos hurts. Oh, and you can see he's banged up pretty badly, but he's not losing energon. He's just hurt.
So you don't know what happened here, little man?
At first, I heard an explosion, and I thought it was one of our bots doing something. Then there was a second explosion, and then I guess I went offline. I'm sorry I can't tell you more, but what happened? Where the medical facility, and he's kind of looking around, and he can just see the destruction. Is everyone else okay? And he doesn't realize what's going on.
For right now, it's better that you stay and hide. I don't know if whoever done this is still around.
Okay. I got a spot. I can hide. I'll just climb back under here and behind the stuff again. I'm small enough. I'll rest. I'll be right under here, and oops. I'm gonna put him. He's kind of under the table there. Nobody can really see him. That's why you didn't spot him. You only heard him until he fell out, because he's just coming to. You can hear him. I'll be here, and he sounds exhausted.
I'll go find the others.
All right. While you are there, Gilgamesh, you walk into. Did I? It did not highlight because I selected it the wrong way. You walk into. Let's see if I can get it tied there. Oh God! Come on! You can't break, you silly thing. There it goes. You walk into. You see the one bot that was sitting next to that little bot that was excited to get a job from you and was worried about meeting or having Ava find him again. You see that big bot that was always near him and was always by him. He's got a hole through his head. A shot clean through. You look over to the doorway where the one bot was standing, like serving drinks but preparing other stuff. He's got a shot, and he's faced the other way, like he was running in to the back to try and get away. He was shot. You can see he was shot through the back. As you move, no, you can move. Actually, you can move in. Go ahead. As you get in closer, you look over and you see that little bot. His body's over in the corner. His head's on the table.
I'm walking quietly, but I am seething as I'm seeing all of this.
You can see he was facing whoever took his head.
This is clearly execution style. I started examining all the bodies.
Yeah, you can tell these were clean shots. They were right where whoever was shooting wanted them to be.
This explosion pattern in the room, is this consistent with any kind of a grenade type that I've recognized?
You recognize that it is used by many people in the guild, so you wouldn't know specifically. That blast pattern was more like it was kind of almost like a flashbang, but it did destroy the furniture, and whoever was in the room at the time would have gotten blinded for a bit.
But the explosive pattern is undeniably something I know.
Yes.
And it's something from the guild.
Mm-hmm. It's something that's kind of their style to use most of the time because it's cheap, effective, and it does what they want.
I'll kneel down to the little one's body. And I'll just kind of lay my hand on him gently, and I'll whisper softly, "I'm sorry."
As you do, something odd happens. You see something pass. You can see it glow under your hand and pass through your hand and up. You recognize this again. It's that spark in every Cybertronian out there. Not the sneeze. And you see it float up, and it gets close to your face and twinkles a little bit. And just swirls around a few times. And it's just kind of like it's happy. And it flies away and disappears.
Gilgamesh will slowly get up, and he is just seething in anger. And I'll go back outside.
Overload, what are you going to be doing right now?
I guess I'll go over to where these bodies are and see how exactly they were killed. Besides, if it wasn't from the explosion.
As you approach, you can see what looks like somebody had shot and missed or hit their target, who knows, on the ground. But you see this explosion, and it's like another large flashbang. And each one of these bots, the one closest to the one cabin has a shot through the head. The one furthest away, you can see it was shot at an angle, like they got up and they were trying to figure out what was going on, what was happening. And it's kind of at an angle, and it was through the chest. The one closest to you, you can see the shock and fear, like he could see something was coming at him, and he's faced out toward the woods, like direction here. Oops, if I can get my mouse to do what I want. So it's out in like this direction it came from. So in the line. So you can tell, but he was shot clean through the head as well.
Whoever did this really did not want any survivors.
No, they don't. And that's the whole point.
So far, they've done a pretty crap job.
As you two are discussing this, you hear down the path, you kind of hear this stumbling noise, and it's Skipjack limping badly back, and just kind of back and forth on the path. He's like stumbling back and forth, trying to get back here. and he's just wheezing, kind of. You can see a little bit of energon still dripping from him.
What are you doing here? You need a rest.
I have to get back to help. See, and he collapses. He's just out. He's kind of face down, but his head's turned. He's just down.
I'll go over and get his body and drag him over to over here to the medical.
I'll put him on the bed there, and what's left of it. There's still semi-bed, but he's laying there, unconscious. He's not really losing a lot of energon, so, but he is still injured, so.
Oh man.
Micron is. Oops, gonna make sure I didn't select him. He's so tiny on my screen. He comes out. Overload, is everything okay? I heard noises. I didn't want to come out.
Do you know how to repair?
I know some, yes. What happened? And he stops as soon as he gets around the corner. Hit Jack! And he just comes over. I'll get to work on him right away. And you see him just oops, I'm grabbing the thing. You see him run to the back real quick, and he goes, "Good, they didn't destroy this." And he comes back, and he has one of the full energon cubes. It looks massive in his hands. And he walks over, sets it down, and you see him run a line straight up to Skipjack's arm because he can reach it. He goes, "Can you find me the stool?" There's like a small stool somewhere around in there. And he just starts hooking him up, and you can see the energon slowly start to flow into Skipjack. And he goes, "This is bad. This is bad. Where's Felix? Please tell me he's
I'm
not."
looking for him.
Okay, try and find him fast.
Right.
And so he found his stool. He's up on it. He's working on Skipjack. He's not even paying attention to anything you're doing right now.
Have you found Felix?
No, he's not in the cantina.
Not medical.
Maybe he got out somewhere.
As you two are standing there, you guys notice movement down the path where you came from. It's somebody is watching and looking around.
I'll slowly start making my approach in that direction, but I'm making sure that I'm visible so whoever's looking there can clearly see I'm walking that way.
As you get closer, you guys can hear, "Hey, wait, who's that?" And suddenly you see it's Felix. He comes out. "Gilgamesh, Overload, it's you?" And he runs down to you real fast. And then you see about 3 other bots shoot out of there. They just come running out, and they're coming down. We hid.
Situation.
It's bad. We had somebody attack us. We don't know who. They came out of nowhere, and we didn't have a chance. Whatever happened, it was just explosion, and we saw and he looks past you. We saw them go down. And
Where did they go?
I don't know. We scrambled out of the way and hid because we didn't have any weapons on us. Then the other 3 are like, "I have this blaster, but this thing don't work. It's not very good." Whatever was shooting at us was hidden the whole time. And
Felix, I need you to think very carefully. Has there been anyone else besides us who has visited this village in the last 3 months?
No. We've been very discreet. That's why we were using Widow and the other just to try and keep low key because we didn't want to be bothered.
Does anyone else besides myself and you know about Widow?
Just, well, really, it's only us. We didn't have any visitors, really.
Then they're indiscriminately targeting.
I don't know.
It's Blitzkrieg.
And Felix sees the one big bot through the door of the cantina. Oh God, no! And oops, grabbing the wrong thing. He runs over the door, and he just drops to his knees. No, and his head goes down. We came here to get away from this. And the other three bots are just standing still. They're like, they don't want to look.
I'll go close to Felix. Now is not the time to grieve. There are still people that you need to save.
Who's alive still? What about my friend?
Jack and Willman.
Skipjack? We saw him get shot at. We didn't even know if he survived.
He's still kicking, and he's in medical right now.
Medical? I need to get over there right now and help him. You guys can follow and talk to me on the way. And he just bolts in. And you can hear Mike Rutten happy to see him and hear him. And they just, let's get to work, little man. Come on. He's just focused now on helping Skipjack. But you can keep talking to him. The other three bots just kind of wander to the door. And the one bigger one is looking over at the bodies. Just kind of... And you can see him turn looking at them, and then he just shakes his head, and it's bothering him. You guys can tell it's bothering all of them really badly.
I kind of move away a little bit just to put a little distance, and I'm gonna try and contact Firefly or our ship.
Phoenix. It's the Firefly ship, yeah. But yeah, Phoenix, yeah. You suddenly can broadcast clear. You hear no problems transmitting now. It's you hear a little static here and there, and that's probably from the planet. But whatever was inhibiting that place was probably what was causing their transmission issues. You try and radio, and you get static. Nothing. Nobody's responding.
Oh, this just keeps getting better and better. Am I able to check any of my guild contacts if there's like any information about who may have been running operations in this area?
You can check, yeah.
Yeah, let me do that. If I can't use Phoenix to do it, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, because now you can actually communicate. You can actually get out a signal at least and receive a signal now a little bit more. It's a lot easier. So you can pull it up on your little ARM console if you want, or in your HUD display in your eyes. Because you're Cybertronian.
I'm doing my HUD in my eyes.
So as you're scanning through, you see the listings. You don't see the bounty for the ship anymore.
I think I already know why. What else is there?
The bounty on Overload isn't even there either. You can see a listing of other things going on. Nothing too major. A lot of the guild members don't always post their stuff up on what they're fully doing, just that there's jobs out there to do. So you can see that there are certain things happening, but you notice those bounties are gone.
Alright, so I'm gonna go find Overload. Well, I've got well, a lot of bad news. Which part do you want to hear, the bad or the worse?
Whichever works.
Pretty sure they just got our ship. The bounty's disappeared, and I can't contact the Phoenix.
And the other,
This is exactly tied to the guild, and this was an indiscriminate hit job that was done by Blitzkrieg. I know this style of work. He's very indiscriminate, and I know who he's going after. He's going after my master. I'm assuming he somehow got wind that she somehow came here, and he's going after every target that she's ever contacted. So, at the moment, we're kind of stuck. And Shockwave now has the ship.
hold on. Felix, how long ago was the attack?
Not long ago. I mean, is very probably a few cycles, maybe 10 or so. Wasn't long.
While he's saying this, I'm checking the beacon on my master ship that I put up in the polar orbit. Is it still there?
It is currently still in its location.
Okay.
Because you have a beacon directly to it, you can track where it's at.
Yep, that's why I did that, so I can keep tabs on it.
If it was that long ago, then there's more than likely sure that the ship is still on planet.
Did you guys? No, you disabled the beacon on Phoenix
Yep.
because it was being tracked otherwise.
So there's still a chance that the ship could still be on planet.
Did you want to?
Possibly, but it's going to take us a little while to get out there to actually see if it's even still in place. I can scout ahead, try to go check it out. Maybe.
I think we would need to split up. You need to see if the ship's still on land. I'll stay here in case the attacker gets back.
You guys suddenly hear the three bots outside. She's here. Where was she when we needed her, though?
I step outside and I look at who they're talking about.
Down toward the path on one of the tall trees, you see this owl-like creature just sitting up there, watching you.
Is it like over here?
It's actually
It's over here.
to the other end where
sorry.
you came from.
Over there.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, I got the maps a little bit blown up for me, so.
Oh yeah, sorry. I should, but it's watching you. It's actually watching all of you, but it's specifically just looking that direction at you, and it's faced that way.
I'm gonna slowly approach up to it.
It's just staring at you. You get closer to it, you see deep green eyes with irises just staring at you. These beautiful black like feathers, but something's weird about it. It ends in a deep magenta like purple feathering and purple tones. It's not very big. It's kind of small. And it's just staring at you. It's not moving, just staring at you.
I stare quietly at it for a moment.
You suddenly see its wingspan open and it flies to the tree closer to you. Now that tree's a little shorter and it's just perched there. It ruffles its feathers down and it just sits there.
I come up closer to it.
And you see its head cocked left to right. And just stares at you.
You've seen what happened here, yeah?
You are not like them.
No. No, I'm not.
You are not one of them, though. You have energy. I was not here for this. Heard, but did not see. But did see something.
What did you see?
Black. Figure. Figure is black. Red eye.
Above game, does that description ring a bell to me?
It does, because it is somebody in one of the other guilds. It's another assassin. I'll give you that. She is describing him a little bit.
Okay.
Do you have them?
Sorry, do I have what?
Do you have them? Do you have my brothers and sisters?
I just kind of reach back and I pull out
You see
a
her?
small box.
I'm going to tell you right now, you do that and her positioning, her body language instantly changes, like she's threatened a bit. And
I kind of pull it away a little bit, like bit confused. This is not what you're referring to?
No, that is not what I am looking for. It emanates similar energy. Was looking for that energy.
I kind of put it back into my pack.
You are not like them.
No. No, I'm not.
You help
Can you help
them.
me? Can you help me?
Maybe you help me too.
her head's just cocking back and forth. She's checking you out.
I stand there and just as I would.
She transforms into a small bot. Hooded, her feathers wrapping around her like a cloak. Deep green eyes still, staring at you. She is short, way short compared to you guys. She's about 7 feet tall. But she brandishes a symbol on her forehead, and it's right above another symbol. It's the moon with the 2 crescent moons on each side. And she's just sitting there blinking at you, just watching you for a moment. And she slowly walks around you, looking at you up and down. And it's like a cloak flowing around her, behind her. Her feathers and everything just turn into this really pretty cloak.
I kneel down so I can get to eye level with this figure. And I'll say that I cannot let this go unpunished, what has happened here.
Neither can I. My brothers and sisters were taken. They were hurt, killed. I was sent
Do you
away.
wish to see them avenged?
Avenged, I would just like to find who's left now. I don't know who did this, but I want to save them, bring them home. Whatever home I can make for them. I was sent away. My master sent me to explore. You don't explore. You
She's looking at you up and down.
take life.
Yes.
But you are different.
I take what is only necessary and just.
She takes her hood off, and you can see her whole head at this point. Very smooth, just, and the cloak kind of folds back behind. It almost looks like wings on her back, but it folds back and out of the way. And you can see she is a small bot. And she's just standing there looking at you, trying to figure out.
I came here looking for brothers and sisters because energy, but now energy is on you. And
She leans around you and looks back and points.
And him, the big one. What is it you have? Can you show me again, please?
The box?
Yes, the box, please.
I pull it back out from my pack and I hold it out.
Interesting. I get close and look. It
We
emanates.
found this inside of a facility not far from here. It was sealed away for who knows how long.
That was the signals. I couldn't pick them up. Then suddenly they moved. And I was able to track them again once round went in. But then I saw smoke before that, and I stayed hidden. This device gives off same energy.
There's just a bead of sweat going down the side of his head as he's talking about this explosion, like,
And she's just more curious about the box and who you guys are. She's still cautious of you, so her body language is giving her away a bit.
I have been here for a long time looking. I haven't found too many others. I have been alone for a long time. I was on Strange Planet for a long time. People, weird. That's what they called them. They were humans. Strange creatures. Wore weird clothing. They bowed to me. I don't know why. But they were weird. I explored.
they revered you as some kind of protector.
Yes, protector? Calling me goddess. I don't know why.
They saw you as an omen of good luck or some kind of protection.
No, what luck. They fought all the time. Kill each other. Really stupid.
Well, you've been around long enough to see how many wars have spawned over the years. People tend to fight over everything.
Yes, the creatures were weird. They didn't really like to play nice, as they would say. It was weird. But I am here. I am... My name... I don't know if I want to tell you my name.
Well, that's your decision whether you want to reveal that or not. But what should I call you then?
She's kind of looking down at the ground a bit, and she's trying to think what she wants to do. She's not sure what she wants to do. And she's just kind of, she looks back up at you, and you can see that green eyes, that deep green, just staring at you for a moment.
You can call me what they called me. Nyx. The goddess of night. It was weird.
And yes, I'm using my friend Nyx's name.
Okay.
I was hoping she would have played it, but that's okay. I don't mind.
Alright. Nyx.
What is your name?
I'm called Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh. Humans had a weird word similar to that. Who's the big one?
Humans.
You see her lean around looking. Who's the big one? Look.
I'm clinging to that word she just said, the humans.
Yes,
What are humans?
they're like, hairless creatures, not much on their bodies, they're fleshy creatures. Weird.
And you came from this world?
I went to that world to explore, per my master's orders.
And who was your master?
I can't tell you right now.
Very well.
I have orders to follow.
And you notice her tone change to its orders. That's all it was.
I searched and found planet with possible energon source. I came back to nothing. My home gone. Master, I don't know.
Well, then it sounds like you're no longer bound by any orders to stay here.
I guess so. I saw you riding, or driving. Interesting form you have.
Thank you. I've been told that by... he kind of gets a little bashful. I've been told that by a couple people.
She gets close up to you, and she's just looking you over.
You may take life, but you are not what you seem. You remind me of her.
Who?
And she's just tipping her head back and forth, looking you over. It's like she's examining these new things around her.
The one bot she came through and she was hurting. I followed. And I thought she was going to, well, end me. But she didn't. She's stern but kind.
This person you're referring to might be the person I'm looking for. Do you know where they are?
No, she left. She's no longer on the planet.
I tilt my head to that. Do you know how she left? Did you see?
Well, last time I saw her was, well, not long. But she said something about ship operation getting back up. And she pointed to a strange little craft thing that was on the ground. She had been working on. And I came back one day and she left a note saying bye. And Todd was gone. And that was not this day, but other day.
So it was recent.
Yes. Was she somebody important to you?
Yes, someone I'm trying to find, I'm trying to save from... And it just kind of looks back from all this. People are dying needlessly for both our mistakes.
Yes. This was not good. I would have helped if I could have gotten here faster.
I kind of shake my head. You wouldn't have fared very well against what came through here. I know what did this. I know who did it.
Was it the black one with red eye?
Mm-hmm. He's known as Blitzkrieg.
Is it? He's not good.
No.
I only saw him when he was leaving. But I'm sorry I couldn't help.
You couldn't help then, but maybe you can still help me now.
She looks up, wide-eyed, excited.
How can I help?
I'm going to take on whoever did this, and I'm going to make sure they all pay for what they've done. Along the way, we may find more of your brethren.
That would be great.
I would say to come with us. You may find more of your brethren, and I could certainly use the help.
Okay. I will help. It means I can find more of my people. Also,
All right, next.
your ship is strange.
Was the ship still there when you last looked?
It was there when I was up on the tree. can see from here.
So it's still there now?
Yes, I can fly up if you want to check again.
If you would, please. And while she's doing that, I kind of walk back to the group over here and see what they're doing.
I want to move her icon temporarily out of sight. And she's going to go up and check and fly around. Overload, what were you doing during that time other than being gawked at by an owl?
I guess consoling the bot and checking in every once in a while on the situation over here.
Okay, I'm going to move that out of the way. It's bugging me. And I need to move him back. Felix comes to the door, and Micron's just finishing up on him a bit. He'll be okay, but he ain't going to fly right again.
Hmm.
We know what happened out here. He's kind of looking at both of you.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. And he's looking at the ground a little bit as he says this. I know exactly who did this. And I'm going to make sure they pay for it.
Not one for vengeance.
You don't have to be.
He,
This is my fault.
he just looks at you and nods. It's not a fault. It's just people do stupid things or bad things. And then excuse me. And in this case, whoever it was came for something specific. We just happened to be in the path, that's all.
You were in the path of indiscriminate violence by a member of my guild who has chosen to go rogue.
Well, whoever it
And
was.
for that, I won't stand for this.
Yeah, well, for whoever it was, stay alive. I'm not saying kill him, but at this point, this was not good either way. I didn't pick up a weapon. I should have. You three bots, can you tend to the bodies? And you see the three of them looking at each other for a moment and look at Felix and just nod. We're on it, that kind of thing. And I gotta move that blast zone out of the way because I keep forgetting to lock it. You see them walking off and tending to the three bodies outside first. So they're over just maintaining things, cleaning up. I'd offer you guys a drink, but I don't want to go in there. If there's anything left in the...
Go in there either.
I already saw. I don't need to. If there's anything in that warehouse of ours, take what you need. And as you guys are standing there, she comes back down, lands, transforms back into her bot mode. She's standing there. Felix is wide at. The other three bots stop and they're all looking like in total shock.
I'm just looking at her just like I normally was, like just without reverence, just like okay.
And
What'd you find?
she's more looking at you, so she's not even paying attention to Felix. Felix is sitting there.
Ship is still there, but the door is open on front. It doesn't look like it's powered. Or is it off?
Does Overload understand her?
Yes. She's speaking straight, like it would be Cybertronian to
'Cause
each of you
I
as
didn't
well.
know if she was like
Yeah.
speaking in a language only I was understanding. So
No, she technically speaks multiple languages more than you guys do. So because she's traveled, she's had to speak Earthling, she's spoken other languages. So she's traveled different places, but she is in a sense, a free bot. I'll give you that kind of an example for her. Because that symbol you see is on the same two symbols you both got on those pictures. And she is a minicon or a micromaster. But she is not one controlled by anyone. Well, technically she is, but she isn't.
So this we're still on planet.
Yes,
well,
it is.
that's the good news.
She's just staring at you, and she has to crane her neck back to look at you, Overload, because you're so tall to her. And she's like, just looking up at you, blink, blink.
You are
We don't
tall,
have,
big one.
we don't have much time to waste then. Which I'll proceed to walk on over to this side towards the ship.
I guess you go towards ship.
Yep, we're going.
I will fly there and meet you. These
Radio me if you spot anything suspicious along the way.
She nods at you, and she just gets up, flies off. Felix and the other bots are just still standing there looking in awe like, what just happened?
I'll go to Felix before I depart, and I'll say, gather what supplies you can, get everyone packed up. We're gonna need to move you out.
As much as I
This
don't
place
want to.
is no longer safe. You guys cannot stay here any longer. Gather up everything you can. Get ready to stay on the ship.
The other three bots are looking at Felix. Felix is looking at him. He's right. We need to get out of here. We can take Skipjack on a flat. We'll take him to the ship. We'll get there as soon as possible. Now that our communications are good, our base communications are gone, so we're gonna have to stick with what we got. You
Gather
heard,
any essentials and any parts you think might be valuable.
and you see him lean, kind of tip around, and he's looking over at the three. We better strip our symbols and take them all off. And you see it reaching onto his chest, the Autobot symbol. Ain't no Autobot. And you see it just come right off, like he rips it off, throws it down. The other three look at each other, just nod. Yeah. We'll get everybody going to the ship. Just radio if there's any problems. You guys,
We'll let you know when it's clear.
you three, go to the warehouse, see if there's anything salvageable. Don't worry about the rest.
Yep, and I'll just transform, and I'm rolling out, and I'm following.
And Nyx is already up and flying ahead. Like, you can see her up above you, but you see her disappear out of sight a couple times. And you guys are driving along the path back. You get to the landing site. You don't see her anymore. She's like gone out of sight.
Okay.
But you suddenly hear over the radio, just her voice, everything's okay. Kind of just that, everything's fine. Ship's still here. That's all you hear is her voice doing that.
Now I'll just radio silently. Thank you, next.
Alright.
So we're approaching the ship now, right?
Yep, and I gotta get back to that screen.
Okay.
Where did I put the map? Oops. Okay, I will flip the map here in a second. I just have to fix a couple of things. I want to scoot them back because they're supposed to be. Okay, now I'm going to flip you to the ship. And again, you guys know the entire ship, so you don't need to see. Oops, they're in the wrong place.
Yep, just going straight through the back cargo bay doors. I'm assuming that's the ones that are open.
Yeah, they're technically the front ones because there is no back on it, but yeah. Because it's underneath the front of the ship. So I got your icons there. They're kind of tiny, so you might have to zoom up. I might have to separate these a little bit so you can see them better. I hope you can use them too, because if not, I'll change it real fast. Yeah, you should be able to.
Can use them.
Yep, okay. So you guys roll up to the ramp. It's wide open, but the lights are out. You don't hear Timmy, Gung, and Crux anywhere. But you notice a panel on the one side of the ship has been removed. And you still don't hear anybody.
I'm checking the engine room.
So you'd have to go up in the ship. And
Yep, I'm
So here.
beelining it to engineering.
there we go. I got your icon too. I just moved you over on that map, so you're up to the engine room. So
Okay.
as you go up, you notice all the lights are out. So your vision is kicking in to help you out because there is still light
Yep.
coming in through windows and stuff, but it's not enough to give you that vision. You notice there's nobody around. The ship, the engines are just dead silent. Phoenix isn't talking. Nothing's happening. But in the engine room, can you do a perception check for me?
I can. Let me
Oops,
go
I
back
need to
the
switch
screen
this
real
screen.
quick. And
Well, nobody's. I'm going to say nobody's around, so it's okay. You notice where the panel was that you guys found the inhibitor or whatnot that was limiting Phoenix
mm-hmm.
is gone, along with what possibly was Phoenix himself.
Son of a bitch.
You also noticed when you both ran through the cargo bay, that panel that was off, that was probably the panel Timmy, Gung, and Crux opened up and found all the energon. You didn't see anything in it.
Okay. I'm immediately checking the engines for power and trying to see if I can initialize main power.
Do you have proficiency in any of that, or I can't remember what you have.
Engineering proficiency, not really. I don't even know what that would be. Would that be?
I'm trying to think. It wouldn't be history. It would be, I guess, an intelligence.
Can
I don't know. What would it be, Megan? What do you think? I like
well,
guessing.
considering we're kind of swapping it from D&D to Transformers, they don't really have magic, so I would assume it's probably Arcana.
Okay, that works too. Magic.
So what am I rolling? Arcana.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, which would still be intelligence.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'm terrible at this. So
No, it's okay. I'm learning too. So.
No, I'm like my Arcana is terrible. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
yeah. I just noticed. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You look at the engine. You don't know really what you're looking at. You know most of the basic parts to get an engine running, but you don't know the intricacies of this
I
one.
need the I need the little bots.
Overload.
Where are their charge stations at?
Most what your charge beds? Or-
Yeah, for the little ones.
Theirs would be in. I forgot where I had them stationed before. They would be near your crew quarters. So you guys have the two biggest ones. They would have used one of the the smaller ones. So along the neck, so where Overload is headed to right now. Though there's you got the two middle ones, kind of middle. Those are your quarters, and Overload and Gilgamesh's. The other three technically can be used for whoever, but the three bots usually stay in one and have like a little bunk bed set up. So they're at near like the, let's see, which one was it? Oh, it was the front left one near the cockpit.
Well, Overload's in that general
Mhm.
area, right?
Yeah. But Overload, you come to the door of the bridge and it's closed. It's not locked.
Am I able to open it?
Yeah, you
Okay.
can just slide it open. You open it to Timmy laying on the floor. Each of his hands are riveted to the floor. Each of his legs are riveted to the floor.
Jesus.
He's still alive.
So they're screwed into the floor.
Yeah, he's literally, they took a rivet gun and riveted his hands and legs to the floor. And there's a note on his chest. Next time, return what's mine. I'll let you have the ship.
Oh,
And you hear Timmy, Captain, they
yeah.
boarded. And you can see there's energon that has come out around his hands and his legs. So he's lost a bit of energon. Told other hide. And it's like he's still alive, but he's passed out now again.
Speak no more. You need rest and repairs.
He's still riveted to the floor right now, so unless you undo him somehow, he's still there.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna undo it.
So while that's going on, I'm bracing up to the bridge, and I see what's going on. They took the Phoenix AI.
I'm just gonna raise up the note they left. And we got an assumption on who it's from.
Yeah, well, I don't need two guesses to figure out who this one is. We seem to be getting a lot more problems lately. Can I roll perception to see about those two that just kind of popped on the map there? 21.
You immediately see the other two bots. They are just peeking around. And just, they can see you, but they don't have vision like you do. Because it's dark down that hallway. There's really no light coming in. All they see is a silhouette from the front windows, and they just see your eyes staring at them. But you know who they are. It's Gung and Crux.
I'll call out to them. You guys okay?
They duck back in the hall. Wait. Pilot? And the one pokes his head around the corner real quick. And the other one's like grabbing him. Get back here.
Yes, it's Pilot.
They both come
And I
around.
just kind of like roll my eyes a little bit, like calling myself that, like, ugh.
Pilot, Captain, and they can see past your legs because you guys are way taller again, but they see past your legs. Timmy, and they're both up there with you
Yep,
right now.
I step aside to let them run through.
Is he going to be okay, Captain?
Repairs and a bit more energon. He should be fine.
We will take care of him. We will get him out of this. Crux, grab Grinder. We get these rivets off now. And you see Crux just bolt down, and you can hear him bouncing, like leaping from different platforms through the ship because it's echoing, because it's dead quiet in there. Gung looks up at you. Captain, Timmy told us to hide. They came. There was... Timmy, and suddenly you can see this. It's like you can hear Timmy doing it. You can hear Gung doing it. It's this weird sound between them. And Bot, big black Bot, not big, about size of Pilot. And he just points at you, Gilgamesh. But he was all black and gray. One red eye. But Timmy said...
I slowly look over to Overload.
We saw from window.
Well, it seems our enemies are joining forces.
We heard he is bounty hunter.
Mm-hmm.
He was sent here with other crew to retrieve Energon. Captain, Timmy ordered us to disable ship so they couldn't take ship. They took Phoenix. The other Phoenix. The talking one.
He intended to leave this to you as a slag pile.
Timmy turns around. No, not slag pile. And he opens up his hands. We disable ship. Timmy told us to make sure they couldn't take ship. I can fix. Crux and I, and he stops. You can see his looking down at Timmy. Well, Crux and I can fix and put back. Won't take long. Took primary parts. Can't replace them easily.
Well, take your time on fixing this ship. Make sure to repair Timmy first, though.
Yes, absolutely, sir. And you see Crux just, you hear him boom, 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 and you can see him come up the one side platform, and he literally is almost running up a wall to get back. And he's got two grinders, one for both of them, and they just, we will get him out. And they're careful, and you can see them just start grinding the rivet ends off of his legs first, and then they get to his hands. And they're just working on him just to get him out.
While they're doing this, I'm gonna radio to Felix.
This is Felix, go.
Felix, the path is clear, and we're gonna need some repairs. Do you have enough scrap to possibly do some engineering repairs?
Our buildings are gone. They were built of ships. We can scrap them, and we're not coming back here.
Anything from the reactors that might be salvageable?
We got one generator that's possibly usable.
Pack it up and bring it with you, and start making your way here. We're gonna need some help getting this thing up and running again.
All right, we'll be there as soon as possible. We're just getting skipjack on a flat just to slide him along. We don't want to bang around too much. He's still healing up a lot.
Is Nyx in the ship with us?
She is actually still flying about. she's actually
I'm
very
gonna radio
close.
to Nyx, and I'm gonna ask her to watch over the crew as they make their way here.
She just kind of radios quietly back on it, and just she's off and flying again. She is silent flying, so you guys never really hear her. That's why whenever you see her, it's one of those surprises of, hey, there she is. So while they're on their way back, and let me see, where did I put it? Oh, we don't need that one. Never mind. So you guys are setting up to do certain things. Timmy is getting help in the med bay, so I'm gonna move his body to the med bay, which is way down over here. These two are getting back to work on the ship. They've already got him set up to heal, and his repairs are going on slowly, but he'll live. Overload, what are you doing down in the cargo bay?
I was more getting prepared for when Felix and the others get here.
All right. I'm going to speed this up. I'm going to have it to where Felix and Micron and the other 3 bots, along with Skipjack, are going to show up at the ship. They are, and I got to find the little icons for them so I can eventually put them back on the board so I can see them. So I can get Felix. Give me a second. It's going to be big for a second. I'm going to have him as the primary so you can see him. Felix comes up to the ramp. You can see the other 3 bots are kind of carrying Skipjack. One of them, actually 2 of them are carrying Skipjack. The other one's carrying all their supplies pretty much on a big skiff. He's strong enough to pull it. He's the big one. And Micron's along with Felix, which I can actually put Micron on here too because he's the small guy. You can see them approach up on there. Hey, Overload, we're here to help. Or escape, too. He's kind of confused at first for what he's saying.
Great. Hey, Felix.
Yes.
You ready to burn down some bridges?
At this point, they burned down our homes. I think bridges are going to be a small amount to what they've done now.
Good, because I at least know one of our targets we need to go for. And all I have to say is I'm excited.
All right. Well, where can we put Skipjack
I'll
at?
go ahead and get. There's a medical bay that we have. Currently it's occupied, but there should be enough room.
They can always put him on the what is the seating outside of the medical bay. So I'll just do that. And Felix is, wait, you got somebody hurt? Do you need me to tend to him?
Minor injured. Yeah, should still check.
Since I'm medic, I might as well do it. At least I can do that for you.
Yeah, he was screwed into the ground.
Micron and him look at each other and look at you wide-eyed. Just their optics are just super wide. Say, what?
Yeah, he was screwed into the ground, nails in both hands and feet.
Okay, yeah. After what I saw in that canteen, I don't want to. I'll go help him.
I'm approaching at this point, and I kind of interject. They did it to deliver a message.
Yeah.
Message they delivered, and now they're going to be getting a big present.
Yeah. I'm gonna head back. Where's your med bay at?
I just kind of like give the thumbs,
hall.
like it's behind me.
Oh, through that hatch. All right. I'll head there. I'll find my way around. The others, they might need direction. And as you say that, you see Gung kind of near the top of one of the steps. Let's put him on. He's like in the scaffolding up above you guys. And he kind of yells down, Captain, pilot, ship is up and running. And you see the light suddenly. And the ship starts coming online. And he sees Felix, and Micron catches his attention. Another small bot? Micron, I'm not that small. He's taking offense to it.
Oh, with power online, it's time to do some forensics. I'm gonna go check the sensor logs.
All right. I go back to wait, do you guys need to know where everything is at? And you see him run down. He kind of jumps in front of everybody a little bit. Little one, I can find my way. I know where that's generally at. So Felix makes his way. And he's in the med bay at this point. Micron just kind of like, can one of you two tell me where to go for something or anything? He's just kind of like, please help me.
Well, considering you guys need more or less, well, there's crew dorms that you can take a rest in.
I show him, and Gung is just, this way, this way, this way. And he shoots back past through the door. And it's like, Micron's like, I have to run after him.
He's energetic.
Okay. Thanks, Overload. I'll find my way. And he just makes his way. He'll find one of the crew quarters, and Gung will go back to the engineering after he's done his little thing. And I'll get the other bots placed in there too. But for now, I'm going to finish up with Gilgamesh here. You want to read the sensor logs, right?
Yep. Now that everything's back up, I want to check the sensor logs and establish a timeline for what happened here.
You can see that Phoenix did leave a log for you. He gave a report of he picked up that same ship's signal again, but closer and within planet. He tried to radio you multiple times. So did Timmy. They were all trying to radio at the time. But you guys were underground, and also with the signals the way they were because of that inhibitor, you guys could not get signal. So they were trying to radio you. Phoenix, he was trying to give you details of 4 bots, possibly 5. One radiating an odd energy. Gave a description. Black bot. Red eye again. But there was something he picked up that nobody else did. When the bot showed up, he transformed. He was some kind of black looking car. They somehow manually opened the front door of the ship, the cargo bay. They came in. He's reporting as detailed as he can.
Yep.
He went, you could see on the sensor log a map of the ship, and you can see the dots moving on it, and you see the one go directly. It was like whoever it was knew where they were going and knew what to get. And he went right back to engineering. And you knew what was happening next, and everything went offline at that moment. You could see the other dots were at the cargo bay where that hatch was opened.
They knew how to get in. They knew where it was. And they knew how to just disable the ship. From those logs, could we build a trajectory from where it came from?
Yes,
Because I
and
know it popped up and disappeared a few times, but we should be able to plot a course that it came from based on those markers.
the last markers were within atmosphere. The only other one was when the last time it picked it up and lost track of it in space. You can get a guess out of it. Most of it,
Yeah,
was
I
low
mean,
flying.
With those sensor pings that we
Yeah.
picked up from it, we should be able to plot a line from at least a direction of where it came from.
Yeah, and what you can detect of that line, it looks like it was the first time it was able to, Phoenix was able to pick it up. It pinged out around a large mountain, like it was flying purposely lower, and it pinged again when it was like doing almost like a zigzag or some kind pattern until it came to a landing spot not far away. Its ship wasn't, it was big, but it wasn't that big.
Probably an interceptor. I'm checking the ship's status on the panels. How does everything look?
Without Phoenix there, it looks okay, but you know some of the readings, he was maintaining the ship's levels a lot better. Some of them are a little off, but not enough to cause a problem.
So would the ship be stable enough to go to break Atmo?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Timmy and Gung, or not Timmy, Gung and Crux only disabled the engine to power the whole ship off, so they couldn't take the ship. So all they had to do was put everything back in. The only thing that's not helping you now is Phoenix.
Yeah, well, but I mean, I'm used to running without an AI anyway. Like she was just like
So everything,
added addition.
yeah, for you, everything would be like nominal. Everything's normal. It'll fly. They didn't shoot
How about
the ship.
how about the energy capacity? What are we at?
Let me see. You flew to Luna 1 to the. You would approximately, because your ship isn't the greatest shape. Wait a minute. Now you got to make me do math, didn't you? Where way did I put it?
I'm. This is just the checks that I would do as a pilot. I'm checking everything. I'm checking status, checking energy. I'm checking sensors to make sure they're still operating.
Well, and the ship still has
this
its
is like a flight checklist that I'm going through in my head.
Yeah, and see, you have your own storage units of. The ship has its own storage units of Energon and Chanix a little bit on board, and I forgot what I put it as, but
Yeah,
there
but
is some there
should
for
be
that
some kind of
reason.
readout as
Yeah,
to showing how much
so
is still in storage.
it would be. Let me think. I'm gonna guess it at about between, say, if it's a gas gauge, 1/2 and 3/4.
Okay.
Because
and
it's been
then-
idling too, so it will eat some energy there.
And that's what's currently in the engine.
Yeah, that's what's in your.
Do we have anything in storage, or was that all stolen?
No, they didn't touch any of that. They were after the big loot. They didn't care about that.
Okay.
They
we
wanted
still have
that
our
energon.
ship's energy complement.
Yeah, if you had that energon, you could have used it too, but they took it, and and then they took Phoenix too.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
I was just making
nothing
sure
of
that
yours-
we actually had energy to be able to take off and actually.
The rest,
I'm assuming based on what we have here, we should be able to make a trip to Luna too.
yes, you can make it there easily. Your trip there would have only used it would have been literally like 1/4 of a tank of gas. It's not much for your ship to travel, because you travel from Luna or Cybertron to Luna 1, then you were on your way, but then you got deviated over to the jungle planet. So your fuel.
Last thing I'll check, but like after I've gone through the systems check and making sure everything is okay, I'm pulling up the news feeds again.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm checking to see if there's been any kind of blips or anything that's come out about something in this sector.
So far, there's been reports of some ships being attacked. Not really taking a lot out of them, but lots of The crew either have been taken or been killed. Really, it's kind of acting like piracy on a sense of what they're reporting on. In other news, space travel has been nice and calm. No space weather to speak of.
I'm just kind of taking that information in and just like either the guild has become sloppy and what's the word I'm looking for?
Careless?
Well, I mean that still kind of goes with sloppy, but this is more of indiscriminate
Mm.
because the guild has always taken upon itself to target specific things and specific people. These kind of attacks, if this is the guild's doing, this is not their MO. This is something more dangerous.
Your bounties still read as the normal. You see a few new.
I thought the bounties went away.
There are other bounties, not for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
so
other
just
bounties
like-
out there. They're not just yours. There are other bounties, but they're just newer ones that are for stupid stuff and stupid people that you don't want to deal with. They're below you is pretty much what it is. It's not worth your time doing. There are some cargoes that need to be moved around. Couple that are wanting it to be very quiet and hushed on why they want them moved. So
Well, we're not looking to take on more jobs. We already have a pretty full plate at this point.
there hasn't been much coming out of Cybertron, and it's been pretty quiet. So, which is kind of unusual. It's usually a somewhat active, but it's not a great place to be, even though there are some settlements there still active. The planet still just looks, yeah, it's not in great shape.
It's ravaged.
Yeah.
It's been plundered.
Yeah. So
Okay.
at this point, is Overload chilling out in the lounge area? See his icon sitting there.
Yeah. I'm just chilling.
Which ones did I have on here for you guys? I think it was this one.
I mean, so at this point, like, I go back and find Overload, and I kind of share what I've been finding.
All right. I'm just putting a few bots in here while you guys are doing that.
Yep.
I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I go find him in the galley, and just start sharing the info.
You guys are just chilling out in the galley. Actually, I'm gonna put these guys over here.
So they took the energon that was stashed away, that was found, and they stole the AI.
Yep.
Yay.
So when you took this ship, you had no idea the AI was in here.
No. But yeah, that was recently added.
So refresh my memory. You used to fly on this ship in the past. You've used it before.
I didn't pilot it. Rex did.
Well, right, but I'm saying you were aboard. You've flown on here before, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what would make The AI is clearly special and unique, but there's got to be something more to it. You don't just go after and go through all this trouble for a simple AI.
Well, I mean, it was part of a capital ship before, so
Does it? Could it have memory logs of some valuable information that may have been locked away, perhaps?
that or that is, you know, a lot more advanced than we assume it to be, and it probably has more protocols than we can even imagine. So anything could be down for why they took it back or why they wanted it in the first place.
Well, we don't really even know where she went, or rather, where they went with Phoenix.
Phoenix, you talking
Right
about?
now, it seems. Nat, go ahead.
I heard name Phoenix. I sat here, I kind of just wait. This table is awfully tall for me.
This was the AI that was a part of the ship too long ago.
I did not know. Sorry, I came aboard. Nobody was down below. So I came up. I heard voices.
You're fine. You're more than welcome to be in the ship as well as anyone else.
Okay. Is there anything I can do to help?
Do you know there's a do you know of any by chance a way to track down a specific wavelength or electromagnetic force?
Like how I was tracking signals off you two right now?
Something like that.
I might be able to adjust sensors and detect, but I need to know what I am looking for.
I have this memory download, right, with the information about that
Well,
wavelength that I found.
Yes, actually, you
that
do.
and
You do.
yeah, I was gonna say that, and also that considering Phoenix was once a part of the ship, it would probably have a log of like how much of an output they were having, which would also, if we were to look deeper into it, then we can also find its electromagnetic force or its wavelength to be able to possibly be tracked. Granted, it's going to be offline, so it's going to take a bit longer to find, but we will be able to find it.
And she's just literally, she's doing kind of like this silly owl thing. Her head tips back and forth, leaning, and she just looks at you for a moment, and then she stops and she blinks a few times, and she's just staring at you, Overload.
I speak words I don't understand.
So, Phoenix was part of ship. Where in part of ship?
We're looking for an energy signature that would likely come off of its engines, and it would be a
Yeah,
specific wave pattern.
it was originally attached to the engine room.
Engine room.
It should have a matching signature.
Where's engine room? Engine room? Where is engine room?
Just down the hallway to the left.
Yeah,
She
I'm just
doesn't
kinda
say a
like,
word. She just turns and goes. She's gone. It's like actively going down there. You just hear Gung and Crux. Another small bot?
I'm taller than you two. Shut up.
Mm.
Where AI stored?
And you don't hear anything, but you're assuming they're gesturing. They're not even say anything. They're just like, eh. So you just hear some movements and tinkering, and Gung comes up, and he's, Captain,
Yep.
and he's just kind of lost, like, and he keeps looking, who that?
Frankly, I don't know as well, but they are friends.
Okay, as long as
Her
they're,
name is Nyx. Treat her with the same respect as you treat everyone else.
okay, she kind of mean. So you see,
I'm not saying anything to that. I'm just like,
Gung just like, I go back.
You'll get
and help.
along fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, she's not mean, but mean. Yes, mean.
Direct to the point.
Yes, those words, fancy ones. And he keeps leaning back. You see him leaning back and looking back toward engineering because he could see kind of Crux kind of watching her, and Gung is up with you, leaning back like, okay. She's doing something weird with wiring where Phoenix was. The funny AI?
Let her explore. She might find something of interest.
Then all of a sudden runs back up.
I need console where you do sensor readings.
Sensor readings would be up in the bridge.
Bridge, where's bridge?
I'll take you up there. Come on.
Okay.
As you do that, she follows up, and Gung's just gonna go back down. He's just shaking his head like, I don't know what the heck's going on.
So I kind of let her like sit in the chair, and I watch over her as she accesses the sensors.
The seat's big. You have big butt.
You have tiny butt.
Thank you. You see her?
You see her wings and everything. Everything's folded back and out of the way again. She becomes much smaller when she does that, but it almost looks like an armor on her back as well. So you're just sitting there, but you see her eyes are just scanning everything. And then all of a sudden she reaches out with her one hand, and she doesn't say anything. And it's like she's not touching it, but she's actually interacting with the console of the ship without touching it. And you just hear this light humming. It's really quiet. I can't do it as well as I've heard sound doing, but it's just really quiet. And it sounds like melodic music is all it sounds like. And she's just moving her fingers every once in a while, but she's not moving, just her fingers.
I'm watching the panels as well, just to kind of observe what she's looking at too.
And you see two of your panels, the larger screens, especially the one with the sensor readings and everything. You see suddenly the bars, everything just starts changing, and it warps around, and you start, what you can see and all of a sudden start to hear is this. And it's like a solid beeping hum sound. And she's just sitting there quietly.
I pick up sound. I pick up frequency, range, wavelength. It's not strong. Okay, I've lost it again. It's
Were
steady.
you able to pinpoint a location before it dropped?
Only not far. Sensors are not very good on ship. I'm picking them up, but it's not strong. Your last marker was in space, outside of planet range. I'm sorry, I cannot get any more from down here.
And she lowers her hand down. That is as much as I can do with what I have here. This is older technology than I'm used to.
Fair enough. Well, we need to get the ship airborne.
We fly? I fly. I can fly space.
I'm sure you can, but with this we can fly a lot faster in space.
Oh. Do you have transdimensional warping skills?
Above game, what is that? What we have? Is that what it's called?
It's what she has. She is technically older than all of you, and she has technology that is not really known to all of you. You can look at her like, say what? It literally, what is she saying is, above game, she can rip hole through space like a wormhole and shoot through it, but she can't do it very often because of her size. She hasn't been back here that long. It's only been maybe, say, in human years, maybe about 100 years, maybe 50. Because she doesn't know what exactly has happened back on Cybertron. She only came back to recently all this stuff, and she's just looking around like, what has happened here?
So I just kind of like, I look blankly at her and just transit what now?
Maybe above what you know? For travel, I can only use only every so many cycles. It has to be recharged. It takes a long time and a lot of energy. I don't like using it. So I usually just fly space and drift. See lots of things.
This form of transportation, you open up a portal?
Yes, I was told not to use it very often, though. Do you not have?
This, though, where could you go with it?
Been able to travel from planet to planet quickly. But, again, need to recharge, so unless long distance.
No, I understand that. It's just, I'm a little confused. You were trapped on this planet for a very long time, but yet you've had this ability to leave the planet really anytime you wanted.
I was searching for brothers and sisters, but disappointment. You had devices that emanated similar energy. I don't pick up energies anymore. Only on YouTube. Had to adjust, eliminate frequencies. I'm picking up weak signal back toward home.
Alright. Well, so let's check with Overload and let's see about getting everything packed up and ready to go.
With that, she just nods to you and kind of walks back toward, and she heads back toward the Overload. She's just standing there blinking at him. Blink, blink.
See, I'll take a seat across from Overload. Oh, ship status is okay. We can really take off any time. We can take a little more time for repairs, or we can kind of do it on the move.
Honestly speaking, I just need rest.
Sorry, I just read the screen.
We do need to rest. How long would it actually take us to depart from here and go get to Luna 2? Would it? I
No,
mean,
you're
I'm really
asking
just
about-
asking because would it be long enough for us to get a rest in
Yes.
between? Okay.
Technically, when you were headed toward, I think you were headed toward, yeah, Velocitron, you would have been resting during that time, and I would have let you rest for it because it's a trip, but it's long enough to give you a long rest. So what you can do is you can fly back up, and it'll be about the same amount of time. So it'll give you that long rest you need to regenerate everything.
Yay.
So are you kicking this pig in the butt and flying it to space?
I say so for the most part.
All right. I'll go get everyone. Make sure they're all situated and got everything we need before we can take off.
Alright. Felix is still down tending to Skipjack and making sure Timmy's okay. He just gives you a brief overview of everything. Timmy will be fine, so by the time you guys get done with your long rest, he'll be probably back up and fully functional. Probably with a few nightmares, but he'll be functional. And the other bots are just waiting for something to do or help with, so.
If there's anything that needs patching up, I would say just kind of give them some odd jobs, like any repair jobs that might need some minor work or anything that they might be like physically able to do. Just kind of give them like some kind of task to at least get them occupied with something that might help out.
You can always have Gung and Crux give them stuff to do because they technically know the ship better than they do, and they can work
if
alongside.
they got tasks that they can kind of like divvy out to like help out, like I just like say like have them do that.
Yeah.
Make sure they're all situated too, that they got their own bunks and charge beds, and that they're situated like home wise, so they have a new place that they're living in.
Yeah, the other bots, Micron, they've taken up the bunks, which would be usually for passenger travel. So you're transporting passengers of some sort. They've kind of taken over those areas. Since you're not using them for passengers or cargo, they're just kind of staying in there right now. And a couple of the bots will work alongside with the other two until Timmy is up, and then they'll have one of them work with him. Since his hands probably will function, but he'll probably be feeling it for a while.
I mean, we'll get some repairs and see if we can't replace parts and get them back to working fully functional again.
Yep, and they also brought supplies with them, so they're not going to be using too much of anything of yours. One of them is going to offer to make a meal, a Cybertronian meal for you guys, so that way he's kind of going to become the galley cook. He'll be there. That way you guys have refreshments and food set up, and he'll be working on that.
Perfect.
And with that, we're going to say you're in space right now, cruising along nicely. And you're going to get your long rest in, and we're going to call it here. On our way to Luna 2. Woohoo! So, yeah. You're going to get annoyed by the little one, Nix, who's just more curious about anything. Yes, I am an ass. Yes, I made you a little mean. Ooh, sorry. I was trying not to laugh at that when I saw, because I like,
you're my little friend.
Yeah. I mean, she's about maybe a foot or so taller than Timmy, Gung, and Crux. So she's about the same height as Micron, but she is not like Micron. Micron is just a smaller Cybertronian. Timmy, Gung, and Crux are the same way. They're just a smaller Cybertronian. Nyx is a mini-con. She is a offshoot of Cybertronian, but she was also created possibly by one of two. Their lore is really iffy on that one sometimes. It's not iffy, it's just which way you want to go. So you got some new characters to play with. Actually, her character was supposed to be introduced in a different way, but this one works. So you two have devices. Do you have any? I want to know. Do you have any idea what they actually do? I want to hear your theories real quick before I shut this off.
If you want my theory, it is a D&D version of a portal device.
Yours or his?
Well, Overloads is definitely the portal device.
Yeah,
but,
his says portal device.
QSD? I have some ideas of what that is.
I mean, I'm just curious because I wanted to see, because I'm like...
Well, let's see. I mean, you mentioned storage, so my first thought is immediately it's a quantum spatial device, aka bag of holding. Because I knew what a quantum spatial device is. Like,
yes, I was working. I wanted to make yours cryptic as hell.
If you're telling me you just gave me a bag of holding...
But it can't, I will tell you this, you can't just access it. You have to do something specific to make it work. Both your devices, they have to be specific. I made them very specific.
Now I have to figure out how the damn thing works.
I mean, I kind of have a theory on it.
I've given...
Probably need the location of the thing that we're trying to put into the device, and then once you put in the coordinates of said device, since yours has multiple digits, while mine only has 3 buttons, I would assume you need to put in the coordinates of the item we're trying to transport. Then it would allow me to use the device, which would open a door to say, and it will allow me to input any of the item into the device.
You know, I've given you guys a hint, and I've done it multiple times. I just want to see how long before I really just drop it on you and just say how it works on both of them.
I overthink, so I'm never going to get it.
Yeah, it's actually, you're coming up with good theories, but that's not it. They've given their own clues on how they work, but there's another clue that was introduced. And I was like, I want to see how well. So it's a bit of a puzzle for you both. It's not a drastic one. It will get dropped to you how they do fully work.
Yeah.
And these are customized devices. These are not... Yes, it's like a bag of holding, Dave, but it, again, has to work specifically a different way. Plus, these are... I do have some drawings to give you both for each of those so you know what they look like. But I need to adjust one of them and also figure out how to get them off my tablet to you guys, which I think I just put Discord on there. So I will send them to you so you can see them and see what they look like.
Cute.
So yeah, I have visuals for you. So like those things, those are visuals. I do have a few visuals set up for you. Yeah, I'll address that later. I gotta remember that one. Sorry, I just remembering something that you might have missed. But it's okay. I figured it out.
Did it kind of get left behind when the building went boom?
No, might have got left behind when you guys left the planet, but I don't think so. So don't worry, it's okay. It'll be all okay. It'll be all good. I just want you guys to have fun with this. And now that I've given you a little bit of a puzzle, it's that stupid device, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
As soon as I picked that up, I just started getting more and more tired.
Watching you pace your character back and forth in the other room, I'm just like, oh my god, I'm getting so distracted watching you and trying not to laugh at you the whole bloody time. I'm just like,
I'm
oh
just
my
sitting here
god.
trying to like figure out how do I point this thing, like where's the end that like it points to?
I we'll address it next episode. How's that?
I'm solving this Rubik's Cube. How does it work?
Oh
911.
my god.
It'll work.
But no, yeah, like I said, those are individual to you, those images for a specific reason. And the devices, I'll see how it goes next episode for I might let you know how they work next episode unless you figure it out.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We'll close it out. Space Ghost Dave, he's down Twitch thingy. I keep not being able to watch it at work because it won't let me. My signal there is garbage. So I can't watch you even listen to it. So it's that bad.
Ugh,
Yeah.
that really sucks.
Yeah, I can't even watch YouTube straight through. It gets paused. I don't know what's going on with the signal out there. It sucks. I hate it.
There's probably dead spots in like in the building that you probably hit every time you walk by it. So
Well,
I get that.
Yeah, it's not even I've never had a problem before, and now suddenly out of the blue, I have a problem. Can't do it anymore. So I don't know if service changed or what. They went to 5G. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
But no, his link's down below. Catch him there. Megumin, his link is in limbo somewhere out there. Beyond the
Is
pale.
in the 9 hells.
Somewhere.
Wait, which 9 of the hells?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all of them. Okay, so he's broadcast all there. So if you're there, enjoy watching it. You know. And then the Source Bar podcast has put out. Well, that's their thing. They also have. They just started their second season. I still need to finish listening to it. I've only gotten halfway through their first episode of their season 2, and they got new characters and somebody else DMing the next session of it, which is one of their past players that did it. So I'm getting a kick out of listening to it because it's funny already right off the bat too. And yeah, anything else you guys want to plug before I shut this off and power myself into a power plug?
We'll be back to Dungeons and Destiny next week.
Yeah.
Find out who are these new figures that we've been seeing in these visions.
Visions. I want to touch it again.
It's time to be my own ass.
I gotta get Ash and we gotta touch it again. Can we touch it again? Come on, I want to touch it again. We're just causing all kinds of mayhem with
Just
that.
gonna have to find out next week.
Next week, same bat
'Cause,
time, same bat
As
channel.
you recall, you're walking through a crowd and you see the man in your vision.
Yeah, which is,
Because that's where we're picking up.
yeah, I know. I'm sitting there
You're
going,
walking through the crowd and you see this figure standing in the crowd looking at you.
and all I was thinking before that was, I want to touch it again. That's all I thought about. I want to go touch it again. Can I go touch it again? That's all I wanted to do. So I had my own moment, and then I see you bring up figure. Okay. Okay. This is weird. Also a little unnerving. Yeah, okay.
You just gotta tune in and find out what happens next week.
Tune in to this channel. Yeah.
Suspense and drama.
And then watch the Titan, who is also a Titan in this one, smash things. And he does this little humming thing.
Except without the rage.
Oh, yeah, no rage. Can we get him rage in there?
I want rage.
Does he have to?
It's not part of your archetype.
Oh,
I wish to switch off archetype.
oh God. All right, everybody, see you around. This